Alright, good afternoon, and welcome. There I am. That's totally me. Exactly what I look like. I'm a wizard pondering my orb. Anyway, I'm gonna finish up, or at least try to. I mean, we should by all means finish the Durandal visual novel today. Knock on wood. And then maybe do a little bit of Elysian Realm Chapter 2. And I just checked the guide before starting stream about like what order you're supposed to do stuff in. It does say to upgrade remembrance things as soon as you can and read them. So I guess I should be doing that instead of just stopping at 5. I shall trust the guide. Anyway, for now we finished the novel. So last time, got all the gems. Bianca's about to probably try something dangerous in order to save the world. And I think that pretty much covers everything. So, let us continue. Bianca Adegina and Rita Rossweiss woke up to the 18th day of their adventure inside the Sea of Quanta. The waves were hitting the coast of Chile on this blessed sunny day. At sunrise, the chairwoman of the Republic arrived at the military port of Chiloe Island, ready to personally welcome the crew of the Caledonia who rescued the Star Whisperer Sanada Yukimura from Rapa Nui Island. Before the red-haired captain submarine arrived, the chairwoman was taking a relaxed walk on the beach with her pet groundhog. Okay. Suddenly pet groundhog. At that time, most people wouldn't yet be aware, but a plan to change the world was about to commence in the shadows. 4 days ago, Quito, Office of the Republic's chairwoman. Oh yeah, there's the groundhog. Don't quite look like groundhogs that I'm used to, but oh well, it's anime. That's right, and I remembered, I forget what this Thoreau's name is. I think the writer, I'm not sure if they were a writer or a politician or what, but wasn't it Henry David Thoreau? Anyway, my musings. But instead of going into the details, I'll start with the conclusion. Facing the threat of Honkai, the Republic has long since developed a plan to completely save the world. It's a very bold plan with almost no shortcomings, except for the lack of someone who can accomplish it. But of course, that changed now. Fate has brought you to the Republic. Now the preface is over. To be precise, there's a role we want you to take. The World Cutter. Okay, so this is the part that was cut off before. The World Cutter. Your Captain Shakespeare seems to plan to use the gems of Durandal to cut the barrier of Honkai energy. What we want to do is essentially the same. It just magnifies the target of destruction to being the world itself. You see. Destroy the world itself? Do you mean it literally? I do. The first step is to use your holy sword to cut off the contaminated part of the bubble universe, the so-called European continent, and its corresponding high-dimensional structure. The second step is to blast the cut-off parts into dust, so that it will be gone forever from this bubble universe. I think you already came to understand that the structure of the bubble is essentially a set of manifolds in a high-dimensional space. Yeah, sure. I totally got that. At first glance, it looks like a complete universe, but in reality, it's more like an atlas floating on the sea of quanta bound together in different places. Oh my god, is this actually part of Path of Exile? By that metaphor, the wall of Honkai and the European continent behind it are molds growing on this atlas. Valkyries, this may be your first time here, but the Republic has been fighting these parasites for over half a century. If we are rooted on this land to endure this protracted war, the same goes for the other side. The enemy has already turned their side on to a paradise for Honkai. And one day they might turn the entire world into a monster-ridden demon realm. Therefore, if there's any chance left of victory, then it must be to remove the entire enemy power, alongside the soil which they depend on from this world. Fortunately, we live in a bubble universe, not a perfect world. On this folded atlas, we have the chance to tear away the devil's illustrations from this book. And the paper cutter that can accomplish that is the holy sword in your hand, which came here after crossing several worlds. Yes, Bianca, no need to be surprised. The complete Durandal is a weapon capable of cutting space itself. Many years ago, it was theoretically proven and tried to be put in practice. But sadly, the experiment failed. At the time, there was no one strong enough to be the holy swordsman. We have to admit, not even Roland was capable of it. Not even Star Whisperers can handle the maximum output of the holy sword, let alone a normal human. However, you Valkyries are true warriors who fight the Honkai. Your possibilities are completely different from us, Captain Shakespeare or Dr. Schrodinger. Bianca Adegina, I believe you are our missing puzzle piece. Therefore, I will tell you the whereabouts of the last gems from Durandal. Wait, what? Oh yeah, this is before they went. In addition to the two in my hand and the one in possession of Shigure Kira, the seventh gem you are looking for is in the faraway Rapa Nui Island from the South Pacific. Regardless of whether you agree to our plan or not, once you return with the gem in hand, I will hand over the two in my possession to its original owner. After all, it's much more valuable to have them all gathered in the right hands than being used individually by different-minded people. And like I said before, if the plan succeeds, I will provide you with something much more valuable than these gems in return. So, will you think about it? Valkyries, Captain Shakespeare? How do you feel, Dudu? In an hour, you'll be able to return to your perfect form. If you ask me, it honestly doesn't feel real. Maybe it's because all my functions are separated on various crystals. But I can't imagine what it feels like to cut space itself. Hey there, Dragon. How am I? I'm doing alright. Got a good amount of rest this weekend, got some stuff done. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. How you doing? But since Dr. Schrodinger didn't refute the chairwoman's statements, I think the complete me can probably do that kind of thing. Having said that, my new master, you usually won't take the initiative to talk to me, right? So what are you nervous about? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Why would I be nervous? I'm an A-rank Valkyrie. What kind of storms have I not been through? Well, that might be too much. Forget what I said. This much you should understand. The immortal is omnipresent. Nothing can kill him. It is immovable, solid, and eternal. Huh? Dr. Schrödinger? Okay, so I was Schrödinger. Excuse me. You think those wings look attached to that sword? Goofy. Goofy ass sword. It birthed all creation. I am the origin of all things. And I am the destroyer of all things. O Arjuna. Are you reciting a poem? They're chapters from the Bhagavad Gita. A long time ago, an alumni who really likes Hindu culture read it for me. I think your current self might be similar to the Arjuna before the war in the poem. Who's Arjuna? A prince and a great hero in the Hindu mythology. Before the battle of Kurukshetra, oh my goodness, I probably butchered that, I'm sorry. He saw many of his friends and relatives on the enemy side, so he was disappointed and wanted to stop fighting. And the Bhagavad Gita is the speech that the god Krishna gave him to persuade him to take part in the war. But I don't have any friends or relatives on the opposite side of the battlefield. Oh, excuse me, I think I need to take a drink. Okay, where was I? Indeed, it would be impossible for you to meet an acquaintance here. Bianca, your problem is the exact opposite of Arjuna's. And because of that, the way you feel might be similar. I don't get what you mean. I mean, you and the enemy you will soon face have neither companionship or conflict with each other. And yet, no, because of that, there's still hesitation, confusion, and even fear in your heart. If you touch bird's wing, I have a chance of... Well, that was something that I didn't know. But I sure hope not. I feel like a horny sword would not be something you want to deal with. It's a bit too pointy. You Valkyries are just passerby in this world. The reason you crossed the Sea of Quanta wasn't to help the world. Quite the contrary. If my understanding of Shixel is correct, then they would actually want you to bring home something from this world. It's fine. You can take Durandal back, as long as it's fine with that. Moreover, if the chairwoman's plan works, it shouldn't pose a problem to ask for a copy of the info on the ether anchor. So you should relax. Although personally, Auto Apocalypse is a deadly enemy, I won't be interfering with your mission. Wait, deadly enemy? Deadly enemy? That's Sloppy Otto? Yes. Can't share the sky, water and fire, positive and negative, target to be killed. However, telling you about our history won't do you any good, and it has nothing to do with the point I was trying to make. Bianca, Until now, you've been just following the captain's or chairwoman's plan. You haven't thought about your place in this matter. You have nothing to feel responsible about, and that's the source of your tension. You feel like an outsider. You're afraid of failing to meet the expectations of the people from this world. I asked Rita about you. She said you're a very motivated Valkyrie. But what brings you joy is not the process, but the result of the missions. And I think that's a painful and unnecessary way to think. But, Bianca, if you only look at the results, there are plenty of things in this world that are meaningless. Or at least their meaning is unclear. What is the meaning of being born? The meaning of death? What about the self? Does mankind, the world, and the universe have any meaning? Are you telling me that these things don't have any meaning? No, they do. But learning it can't be achieved by consequentialism, that's all. For example, Bianca, the meaning of your existence is yourself. For your senior Valkyries, you are a motivation by forcing them to chase after you. For your overseer, you are a rare specimen. For the people in this bubble universe, you are a heroic superwoman. And for yourself, it's the life that you started from scratch under the name Bianca. None of them are a result. They started from nothing, and will end with nothing. Bianca, the salvation that this bubble seeks is not a result, but a process, a movement. A movement? Yes, a spiritual totem named Superhero, a temple living in everyone's hearts. Like the movement of Wagner or Richard Strauss. From another perspective, it's quite similar to Shigeru Kira's idol work. Valkyrie, you have the ability to complete your world-class performance on the stage of the world. And it doesn't matter that not even one atom of yours is from this world. Do you understand? According to Bhagavan, each one of us is an actor chosen by the director named Destiny. Just release your energy on the stage to your heart's content. Use the method you're most familiar with. Is it that simple? It's that simple. That is the so-called Fate's screenplay. There was never a Valkyrie of Shixel in here. Only artists in the spiritual temple, and idols on the stage of the world. Remember, as long as you are yourself, you are perfect. Besides, being yourself is the kind of behavior that best meets the director's expectations. If I explain it like that, you understand it better? Yes, if you explain it like that, I understand it very clearly. In my case, I'm the kind who charges forward courageously at everything. Thank you, Dr. Schrodinger. I feel like I understand everything now. One hour later. Chairwoman, this red samurai has been brought back without losing a single strand of hair. I will return her to you now. Thank you, Valkyrie. Sure enough, you've found a method that combines the best of both worlds. I always feel like I drink enough water and then I end up coughing. Like, no, I have not drunk enough water. Sonata, Thank you for all your hard work. I'm afraid that hard work is the fate of both samurais and of the Sonata clan. Having said that, it would be great if I had some hot soba to eat now. Hot soba would be a bit too hard. Do you mind if it's baumkuchen instead? Baumkuchen? Isn't that exquisite? It's a special occasion for you. What, does it not suit your tastes? Don't worry. A samurai should treat their appetite with care, even before their death. That's what my teacher taught me long ago. Ah, you don't know about my past. Do you mean Ishida Mitsunari? Huh? Alas, you should be more confident in your reputation, Crimson Devil or Demon of War. Back on topic, Bianca. Yes? Here are the gems I promised. Take them. As for the idol who witnessed your actions... Of course, no problem. Bianca, this is the idol stone that represents love and perfection. I am now officially lending it to you. Thanks. So without further ado, should I take them all unceremoniously? Yes, the 7 gems at this moment will be returned to their original owner. The Holy Sword! Let everyone see your true appearance once more. Oh. The red gem of courage symbolizes the determination to be brave and adventurous. The orange gem of intuition symbolizes the dream of self-confidence and exploration. The golden gem of freedom symbolizes the perfection and love of yourself. The green gem of ethics symbolizes the power of kindness and justice. The cyan gem of prosperity symbolizes the vitality and tenacity of life. The blue gem of reason symbolizes the wisdom of reason and insight. The purple gem of dominance symbolizes nobility and the unification of all things. Suddenly the music stopped. Calm down, foundation of the universe. I am time-space itself, the source of the power that destroys all. My role is to obliterate all universes. You turned out to be such a powerful weapon, Durandal. It's because I have a strong master, Miss Bianca Adegina. In your hands, I undoubtedly have the power to destroy any land on this bubble universe. But I hope you understand, every weapon's function is destruction and violence. Even the so-called Holy Sword is no exception. I know that. The Valkyrie education made me understand that long ago. Violence has its original sin, but beyond that, it has no good or evil in itself. The real good and evil lies in the motives and consequences of using violence. Napoleon. Confucius said only the virtuous can be benevolent to the wicked. There is no evil in pursuing benevolence. Voltaire admired Confucius because he saw the shadow of his ideal human legislator in him. He believed that Confucius's benevolence symbolized the moral harmony between individual and society, and represented the true kindness and freedom of mankind. Bianca, you now represent that power of benevolence and righteousness. Voltaire would certainly praise you as being the most perfect Valkyrie. Dr. Champollion, don't praise me so suddenly. You're embarrassing me. I haven't even done anything yet. Forgive me. My mood is a bit agitated, and I accidentally took on the bragging atmosphere of a certain era. One man has faith that he may eat all things. The sun is just one more star, and similarly, you don't need to care too much about the praise of others. At this moment, only one thing matters. For the first time in 50 years, no, in history, we have the power to strategically eliminate the enemy. We should strike while the iron's hot. I will now announce the specific tactical plan of Operation Chakutik. Probably butchered that. No, Jackson is specifically become horny. It's may see you as a mate and a hormonal reaction start laying eggs. I see. Chance to start laying eggs, yeah. That's an interesting reaction. I just have to wonder why. Alright. In the name of the reformer of the world, let's perform an earth-shaking operation. Oh yeah, how are they gonna cut out an entire continent? Surely you're not just gonna like run around the edges with the sword in the ground and just use it like a pizza cutter. The holy sword has been integrated. It seems like the captain and the others have used the ether anchor to transfer a designated location in the North Atlantic. Lord Richtofen. Yes. You and Mr. Watt go warm up the aircraft. Make sure that it can take off at any time in case of an emergency. Understood. Got it. Alice. Waiting for your orders. Allocate 1/10 of your computing resources to secretly distribute supplies to civilians. Remember that in name, you are my hostage. You have to hide the function that says you're being controlled by me. Okay. Got it. Neith, go help her. The ordinary citizens must be made aware that Alice is on their side. No problem. And, Your Excellency, President Shelley. Is it my turn to play? That's right. You will be secretly released by one of Alice's robots. And when the time is right, lead everyone to unite against me. Piece of cake. Not the first time I've done something like this. But if you can't run away on time, don't blame me. I'll keep that in mind. So, Thales, are you really planning on running away with me? Even though we'll have to cross the desert to find a usable anchor exit? Huh? Curator, you're still talking about that? If you wanted to do such an important job, how could it be done without one or two accomplices? Are you really abusing your temporary chairwoman position right now? Ordering the city to enter a state of emergency, suppressing the former rulers and their executors, and then putting robots to maintain order. Are you really reluctant to let me take part in such an interesting thing to the end? Daily logic of use single slash doesn't follow the logic, follows the borders precisely. I could see some anime doing that, yeah. But I guess I think they're going to use something with satellites here, because they launched a satellite before. Maybe like input the coordinates or something, I don't know. Fancy schmancy stuff. And from a conspiracy theory viewpoint, didn't you get the power you have now because of the case I reported? Are you thinking clearly? If you do this, you won't be able to return to this city ever again. I'm a spy from a country on the other side of the endless waves. I painfully sneaked into the big library and climbed all the way to this position just to steal your unique satellite system. I'm aware that this is a special action in a special era. Because of that, I have to put on this farce with you at the end. An era of farce should end with a farce. Curator, with all due respect, it's precisely because you're such a troublesome person that I have to accompany you with this farce to the end. Use the satellites to monitor the structure of the bubble universe, command the Holy Sword, and then cut the contaminated European continent out of the bubble universe. Such an exciting plan, coupled with your heart's struggles over the contradicting values. And you have the heart to tell me to just be a spectator? As a philosopher, do you think I can do that? Everyone says this is an earth-shaking plan, so I didn't expect that after using the anchor point from Chile to come to the North Sea, you would still be at the sidelines. How should I put it? I always feel like everyone's treating me like a fissile bomb. That's because everyone has a different role. The so-called final drama naturally happens before the final encore. Make full use of the satellites to observe in real time the folded space. Prepare the giant artillery arrays to explode the cut fragments of the world. Arrange ground troops to deal with any possible secondary disaster. All of that can be accomplished in half a day, but it's only possible because you can make the irreplaceable final stretch. Unlike the rash me from before. Ah. I wonder if that's why the sword broke. Or well, the gems split off. Shakespeare tried to do it and failed. Didn't you question me before about how as soon as I talk about my past, I start to stagger? Although the story of how I picked up the Holy Sword in the submarine is true, I only briefly mentioned the black history between those two times once. Why do I feel like your past is a collection of black histories? It would be a bit mean to joke about the people who founded the King's Men. Just kidding. About myself. As you know, I'm the reason why everyone in Caledonia crossed all over the earth. Huh? Are you saying you broke the Holy Sword yourself? Trying unknown things can indeed lead to unexpected results. That's true. However, if someone knows there's no way to force it, and it will take several years to recover it, you must be a fool. Captain, are you talking about yourself? Among the people you know, is there someone else that fits the description? You know, at the time when I picked up that sword, it gave me this evaluation. You're the most self-reliant girl I met in tens of thousands of years. What the hell? Oh my. After thinking about it, it must have meant that although I wanted to be its owner, I can't provide the extra energy needed to handle the complications that would come when using it. But as you also know, the sword has a character that can't understand many things. Which is why we tried that at the time. Strictly speaking, it was impossible to succeed. The result is as you can see. The Holy Sword got torn apart, and even lost the memory of the event. And in order to find its fragments and repair it, I spent over 20 years. For me, it was obviously self-inflicted. But the world lost 20 years it could have dealt with the wall. In fact, had I not met with Dr. Schrödinger, I wouldn't have even known the fact that finding the Gem of Courage equals a 99% chance of success. Huh? If it weren't for her, I'd just be searching for them like a drunk fly. You and I wouldn't even be standing side by side right now. And of course, life is full of coincidences. When we finally found the Gem of Courage, and the next stage of the long sword hunt was about to start, we happened to meet you. Or rather, someone used radio waves to predict your appearance to us. At the time, we didn't know who the other party was. But what's amazing is, it was an extremely accurate prediction. They calculated your time and place of landing, as well as your Honkai adaptability, very accurately. After thinking about it, maybe they actually wanted to contact you directly, but because of the distance, they instead guided the captain who was hiding behind the curtains, who, relatively speaking, can go anywhere. Oops, I was seen through. Oh dang. How did you know, though? Chairwoman? As I said before, the Republic has firmly controlled the Anchor for over half a century. It's still useful despite its decline. You should have also learned from Sonata Yukimura's case that, theoretically, the Anchor can monitor intense energy fluctuations anywhere in the world, except inside the wall. Therefore, you should be able to deduce that, based on data, testimonies, and legends from long ago, we inferred what happened to Captain Shakespeare, and based on the premise that she managed to repair the Holy Sword, we created the combat plan we are implementing today. No way. Did you think that Operation Pachakatik was just the guess of a politician and some combat staff? Indeed, we didn't prepare any surprise weapons. In fact, it was your appearance that helped us greatly reduce the number of Star Whisperers that would have to be sacrificed. However, at the same time, we sent the infiltration experts to seize control of Alexandria's satellite system, to provide navigation support for the world-cutting operation of the bubble. That is by no means something that can be done overnight. We respect everyone's subjective opinions. Because of that, I chose to only provide you with the information I was 100% sure of. Don't you think it was too little? I admit that. But don't do to others what you wouldn't want them to do to you is also my consistent style of doing things. I always believed that the old people don't have any important advice that needs to be given to the young people. The vast majority of old people just carry a variety of fragmented experiences. Their lives are often miserable failures. They only know that their past actions are full of mistakes, but not the true right path. All lives can be considered an experiment, but everyone can only experience a small part of it. So even if we have over 100 years of mistakes to look back to, there are still thousands of unknown traps lurking in the future. So if you already know the so-called present is just the intersection of the past and future, everyone's just standing on a new starting point every moment, then the trajectory between people will naturally link our destinies together. This is the so-called developmental vision, When it comes to changing the world, you can just think of us as needed logistics personnel. Even if to me this matter is only a challenge, but to you will determine the fate of the world? Yes. To put it bluntly, I think it's better if the people with the label of savior live more freely. Remember what Confucius said? At 15, I set my heart upon learning. At 30, I had planted my feet firm upon the ground. At 40, I no longer suffered from perplexities. At 50, I knew what were the biddings of heaven. At 60, I heard them with docile ear. At 70, I could follow the dictates of my own heart, for what I desired no longer overstepped the boundaries of right. According to my understanding, what he really wanted to teach is a person who does not have spiritual freedom does not have the elegance and power needed to stand upright. It's almost time. It's almost time, Bianca. Recite to me one more time what you're about to do. Yes. The sky is an abyss of light. While the ocean swallows everything, the sky releases everything. The universe expands, the quantum fluctuates. The two lonely gods facing each other are eager for a brilliant new sunrise. Tonatiuh. Xiaoyang also yearned for the blood of the gods. The holy sword was silent. It had turned off the anthropomorphic function, and was busy simulating the final iteration of the plan. Take care, Bianca-sama. Thank you. I'll be back before you know it. Let's go, Durandal. The Valkyrie jumped down from directly above the entrance of the anchor point. The strong wind blows. The power of the holy sword gradually merges with her, becoming one. The eternal well of energy undulating in the abyss mixes with the twilight of noon and the dawn of midnight. Like diving, the inertia of the freefall pushed the Valkyrie into the gap between light and darkness. The holy sword released a calm light in the darkness. Following the guidance of the radio waves from a distant deep space, Bianca Adegina reached the predetermined attack position. It's so jarring how the music just stops all of a sudden. It's the most showing thing that happened to you in a game type of story. Gameplay. What do you mean the most showing thing? Not exactly sure what you mean there. Alright, let's start now. The energy was released in an instant, the Valkyrie and the Holy Sword becoming a hurricane of light. The roots of space, like the thorns of the Sleeping Beauty, were mercilessly cut off by the fire. At the core of the anchor point, the spaces of different dimensions were originally intertwined in a disorderly manner, like tangled weeds. However, wherever the Holy Sword burned, the world's surface became as smooth as a mirror. How many dizzying spaces had she gone through? How many times had she broken the suffocating dimension barrier? The Honkai energy in her body seemed to boil in her blood vessels. It rushed at the tip of the deadly weapon in her hand. She knew she could do it. She knew she had to hold on. And when time seemed to have frozen, a starry sky oddly expanded in the distance. Oh. shocking. Okay. Auto incorrect. The most shocking thing that happened in a game. I don't know if I have really a most shocking, but I mean, honorable mentions to Umaneko. That had so many twists that I was not expecting. Let's see. Rewrite sort of got me with Totoro being so much older than everybody else. I don't know, yeah, I can't really think of any one specific thing that's like more shocking more shocking than anything else. Playing Honkai Impact 3rd. This isn't Honkai Impact 3rd. Well, I don't think this VN has its own category. Not sure. Like, but anyway, it is Honkai Impact 3rd. Like, it's the story of Honkai Impact 3rd. It's just not the game proper. This is like, so like Honkai Impact 3rd is mostly found in the game, but it also has, I don't know, at least 2 VNs that are found out of the game, but which actively contribute to the game's story. So like, this is Durandal from 5 years ago, and when I read through chapter 25 EX, it heavily referred to this. So that's why I was like, I decided to skip this before, but after seeing chapter 25 EX, it seemed really interesting what I missed. So I decided to go back and read it to better understand what was going on. And it also has like a whole bunch of comics that take place at different times that are outside of the game. Well, I guess you can find them in the game now, although some of them might be cut off or something. It's a very interesting system they have for Honkai 3rd. I've seen it described as more of an, or like a cinematic experience overall, instead of just a game story. I sort of have to agree with that. It's more of an experience, going through all the different story pieces. All right. Cutting through space. A starry sky oddly expanded in the distance. This is the horizon of the bubble universe. It's the boundary of all the distorted dimensions, as well as the background texture of the microverse. The Valkyrie who was losing her strength gritted her teeth and smiled, knowing the cutting operation was completed. It's time to inform the people on the surface to let them execute the devastating final blow. Attention, all units. HQ has received the Valkyrie's signal. I repeat, attention, all units. HQ has received the Valkyrie's signal. The train cannon array enters zero-level deployment state. Calibrate the unit's aim according to the latest signal. Be ready to fire at any time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Target in sight. Fire! The beast which you saw once was, now is not, and yet will come up out of the abyss and go to its destruction. The inhabitants of the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life from the creation of the world will be astonished when they see the beast, because it once was, now is not, and yet will come. They will wage war against the Lamb, but the Lamb will triumph over them because he is the Lord of lords and King of kings. And with him will be his called, chosen, and faithful followers. I saw heaven standing open, and there before me was a white horse, whose rider is called Faithful and True. With justice he judges and wages war. His eyes are like blazing fire, and on his head are many crowns. He has a name written on him that no one knows but he himself. He is dressed in a robe dipped in blood, and his name is the Word of God. Excerpt from Revelation. A midday starry sky. Did we succeed? I don't know. However, there's been no deviation from the plan until now. Miss Rita, this is HQ. Have you caught Miss Bianca? How is she doing? This is Rita reporting to HQ. Bianca-sama has safely landed, and nothing has happened. Very good. She should be physically exhausted now, so take care of her. The 4/5 of the still intact world began to rearrange under the people's feet. The 1/5 that was once called Europe was shredded by the Holy Sword, and further disintegrated by the fierce artillery fire. Everything was going well, and seemed to be under control. And that is the biggest flag I have ever seen. Until a strange monster landed on the surface of the Earth. And there it is. Alright. But before we continue, cliffhanger! I gotta go use the bathroom, so we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a bit. Alright, I have returned. Well, everything was going well until it wasn't. Everyone abandons their past in the process of their lives. As we grow older, we gradually leave our mother's womb and breasts, the warm and comfortable cradle, leave the place where we were raised, and eventually we become a person with no semblance of our past selves. I hate Europe so much. France. No. I was like, should I say it? I kid. But I mean, the leader of the beasts here is Napoleon, so it's a fitting joke. Okay. Imotsuki 27th. 13 of the Portuguese month, 13th of the month, 18th and 19th of Brumaire, Bengue 8th. It was this series of betrayals that made the man named Napoleon Bonaparte finally become the version written in history. He had long gotten accustomed to being betrayed, and was even proud of it. No matter what the situation is, as long as there was a chance for a comeback, he would definitely continue to move forward. The word failure was never in his dictionary. In previous wars, limited by equipment, supplies, morale, and luck, he also had to helplessly surrender, and was afraid that a comeback would not be possible. However, all of that, to this day, is nothing more than history he has long trampled on. He was defeated by the Russian General Winter, and the enemy's coalition commander drove straight and directly occupied Paris. But in the blink of an eye, he sneaked out of Elba Island and went back to his homeland, with all of Bourbon's army turning to his side. However, the subsequent Battle of Waterloo brought the 100 Days War to a hasty end. He was punished with exile for the second time, now to the distant South Atlantic Ocean. But just when everyone thought that the Emperor's life would not bring any new upheavals, he who was in his twilight years was involved in the experiments of the snake and sent to another world by mistake. So proud of being stabbed in the back. I mean, that many betrayals would twist a man. I think he was called insane, wasn't he? I'm not sure. I feel like I remember him later being labeled as insane. Oh goodness, dog's going crazy over something. Okay, I think the dog has stopped. Oh my, what if we got a package or something? Okay, yeah, he was involved in the experiments of the snake and sent to another world by mistake. He regained his throne. However, his life that should have been smooth sailing was corrupted by greed. In order to permanently master this mighty power, it was the dog again, he tried to activate the ancient civilization's device to control this microverse. Therefore turning all of his subjects into inhuman existences. But even so, the Emperor did not give up. After a brief period of grief, He realized that this was just the beginning of a greater journey. He and his surviving subjects had just transformed from a life form that consumed chemical energy into another life form that consumes Honkai energy. The position of Emperor remained solid. The Empire's military power was better than ever. After a brief dispute, the subjects of today became single-hearted, with a sincerity more enthusiastic and majestic than the previous era of hymns. Although the new subjects needed a wall to gradually transform the land under their feet, to the Emperor, this slow but sure expansion brought a different kind of calmness. Which is why, currently, the Emperor can be said to be extremely angry. He originally thought that as the world gradually turned into one more suitable for his people's lives, his enemies would only become weaker and less aggressive. However, those ants that only stay in their nest, the Durandal-like mobs, the stupid humans incapable of accepting the new form of life, they were able to disintegrate part of the world. They were able to destroy the sacred and energy-filled territory of his empire. They were able to push the Emperor into despair without losing a single soldier. But that did not waver the Emperor. He had lived for so long that this was just a new form of despair. The enemies seemed to believe that the foundation of the Empire's existence was its sacred territory. Without a land, a country cannot exist. Usually that would be true. However, thanks to the barrier of the wall, they could not infer that the Emperor and his subjects had already become inseparable. And even if they were scattered in the void, there's still a way to preserve core functions. The Empire was built upon the principle of the new life. It would eventually break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly, breaking through the cage called the world. There will be no disease, no discrimination, no poverty, and no death. And after that, an absolute understanding and absolute freedom. They will reach the resurrection promised by the prophet to the people, and they will bring judgment to all lower life forms. As of now, it is a creature that is both the Emperor and his subjects. The only thing it did not understand is why this blazing power, until today, had not been inherited and carried forward by anyone. After all, the source of this power was not Napoleon Bonaparte, or any wise man from his era. This power originated from a secret from tens of thousands of years in the past. It's like a rising sun in the eclipse, unfortunately dying before it could give off light. However, it had to wait for nightfall before it could shine majestically on the other side of the shore. It discarded all forms of impurity, leaving only the strongest, simplest, and most original part of life. No language, no beauty. Just its existence was a symbol of truth. This is undoubtedly the ultimate life form. Those who try to kill it in the cradle will only be humiliated in the face of this force. What's more, the opponent's formation was too dependent on the tunnels of this world. In the eyes of the Emperor, the opponent had lost from the start. Oh. The smell of blood was permeating the battlefield. The soldiers' bodies filled every nearby gully like sandbags being piled to prevent a flood. However, the temporary commander-in-chief was unable to order a retreat. The enemy landed from the sky, occupying the main entrance to the anchor point, and cutting off everyone's retreat. Therefore, as long as these commanders do not plan on leaving their soldiers to escape first, they must choose for everyone, including themselves, to either charge at the enemy or wait to die. The enemy is firmly on their throats. The passage of the anchor point is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Bringing troops from the other side of the bubble universe will only cause them to be wiped out by this weird enemy before they can even get into formation. At this moment, on this North Sea island, they can only fight alone. At first, when the gate-shaped monster appeared on the starry sky, soldiers were optimistic that it was just some kind of residue from the cutting of the world. It might be a leftover mechanical device, or an enemy that's only strong in groups. However, when neither the interception nor the bombardment worked, the enemy landed at the entrance of the anchor point like a city atop of a mountain, extended countless tentacles. Everyone understood that what was standing before them was by no means an ordinary existence. Oh. Okay. Ooh. The soldiers of the Republic fought bravely. They fought as hard as they could just to buy time for their companions. Newlyweds, new parents, only children, young people. The Corps stranded on the island followed that order, using the channels still under their control to evacuate their comrades one by one. If you compare the information flux, the bandwidth of this alternate anchor channel is only about 1/10,000th of the main channel. That means that for every hour that soldiers persist on the front lines, only 20 people can successfully retreat. And today, in order to perfectly implement the plan of cutting the bubble universe, on this small North Sea island, nearly 3,000 of the most elite warriors of the Republic have gathered. That is to say, even if the frontline soldiers can continue to support them, it would still take a week to be completely evacuated from the island. Of course, they also have the Caledonia that can traverse this world's unique underwater gusts and waves. But even this extra means, at full capacity, can only transfer 50 lucky people every 2 days. Bianca and the Holy Sword have consumed too much energy in the previous operation. Even with Rita's care, she seems unable to wake up in a short time. The Star Whisperers under your command, and even the crew of the Caledonia, who think they can survive on the battlefield, have already rushed to the front line. Every one of them is brave, but they should know it best. They're fighting a losing battle. So what? If you have an idea that can change the situation around, don't be afraid. Tell it to me now. I think the things I consulted with Dr. Schrodinger 10 days ago are indeed true, and I have a way to kill that gate. But I need you to order everyone to leave the battlefield. Did you say? Retreat? Leave the battle? Are you crazy? We're now fighting each other. Where do you want me to retreat to? Do you want me to abandon the only defensive position and retreat directly to headquarters? This is military suicide, you know. Napoleon? Oh? Don't panic, Wallachian. The chairwoman ordered you to retreat for a reason. Because now I will be responsible for destroying this enemy. You? An archaeologist? Did you convince her by changing your clothes a little? What on earth are you going to do? First of all, I want to apologize to you. Because the name Champollion I have been using in front of you is actually just borrowed from a compatriot of a younger generation. Oh. Let me introduce myself again, strong warriors and brave soldiers. Oh! Alright. You want a shock? There's a shock. Huh. My name is Napoleon, and my surname is Bonaparte. I'm from Corsica. I am not an ordinary Star Whisperer. I am the life of the ordinary people that was discarded by the monster in front of you when he was 25 years old. I am the first and the source of the countless betrayals that it has long forgotten. After borrowing the spare channel and adjusting myself with the anchor point, I have returned to the original state from when I was abandoned by this monster, and have deliberately reversed the imaginary polarity of my body structure. To put it simply, at this moment, the monster in front of you can't hurt me at all. But I can completely destroy it with a single touch. That's... If there was such a convenient way, why are you only doing this now? Do you know just how many people we've sacrificed? I'm sorry. I let everyone suffer such great sacrifices here. I'm really sorry. But no matter what the purpose is, if one wants to take initiative to give up on their life, they will still struggle to prepare their heart for that. Are you going to die together with it? To be precise, I'm just letting it bury me. Readjusting the imaginary polarity of the physical structure of the entire body. That is a suicidal act by itself. I am nothing more than a walking corpse. I just want to find a place where I can be buried in glory. It's the same for me and for Napoleon Bonaparte. Do you now feel humiliated because of my presence? Does my presence scare you? You who have been denying yourself in your long life, but in turn was denied by your own past. You who have been integrated with all your subjects and lost your speaking organs. Do you feel indignant at this moment? Or are you too busy trying to move your bulky body, trying to avoid the death that approaches you step by step? All of that, to me, is not important. I just want you to know, you have gone so terribly astray that your history, your original intentions, your original dream would rather use its own death in exchange for your destruction. Damn. That goes hard. No. I can't go back. Rather use itself for your own destruction. Bianca, when you hold the holy sword again, you might feel sad because of what happened at this moment. We're traveling companions. Aren't these ninjas cutting onions? We are traveling companions, adventurers constantly exploring in order to save the world. But today, the world also endured a lot of unnecessary pain due to my hesitation. And having said that, if it's you, you will certainly raise your head higher, keep walking at your usual pace, and move on unwavering, right? Because you already know, only this way can this imperfect story become perfect. And the imperfect world will have the tomorrow that everyone looks forward to. Bianca, and Rita, who is always by your side. You also think so, right? In the depths of the earth, the girl dreamt fragmented dreams. In the gaps between each dream, impermanent poems are scattered. The flower that smiles today, tomorrow dies. All that we wish to stay tempts and then flies. What is this world's delight? Lightning that mocks the night, brief even as bright. Virtue, how frail it is. Friendship, how rare. Love, how it sells poor bliss for proud despair. But we, though soon they fall, survive their joy and all, which ours we call. Whilst skies are blue and bright, whilst flowers are gay, whilst eyes that change ere night make glad the day, whilst yet the calm hours creep, dream thou, and from thy sleep, then wake to weep. The dream gradually disappeared like a bubble at dawn. The girl felt the fresh air coming into her lungs. Her eyelids were heavy, and her limbs didn't want to wake up. She tried to fight off the drowsiness in her mind, and struggled for control for 3 minutes. Or maybe it was half an hour. Please don't move yet, Bianca-sama. You were in a coma for about 3 hours and 45 minutes. This is the last shot of the treatment. So until the injection is completed, please maintain a supine position. This is the kind of medicine that the overseer told you to bring before we set off. remember the principle behind it was holy blood diluted to a very low concentration. I will now give you an intravenous injection, so I need you to be as quiet and relaxed as possible. I'm sorry. In that case, I only want to confirm one thing. The plan to cut the bubble universe. Was it successful? The cutting itself can be said to have been very successful. Only, there may be some remaining problems we need to solve. So please, cooperate with the treatment for now. It's okay. It'll be over soon. This medicine's really powerful. Feels like I'm healthier than before I collapsed. So what's the situation now? And where are we? This is the infirmary of the Fortress Command Center deep underground. We're now at the closest point to the anchor point. The Operation Chaktik that you participated in to cut the bubble universe has ended. According to preliminary statistics from the chairwoman, 378 people were killed or are missing in action, including the first mate of Caledonia, Jana Francois Champollion. What? Why would she... Champollion is her pseudonym. According to Dr. Schrodinger, the archaeologist is actually a star whisperer born from the information fragments of the collective Napoleon. What? Roughly speaking, she is another Napoleon that exists in this world. In fact, her personality is closer to the one we learn about from textbooks in our world. After the bubble universe was cut, the Honkai beasts remaining on the fragments of Europe formed an aggregate of Napoleon's will, captured the most important anchor channel of the island, and cut off our lines of communication. In order to prevent the annihilation of more than 3,000 people on the island, Champollion chose to die with Napoleon. She used the anchor to turn herself into a special attack weapon, and annihilated the Napoleon parts in the Honkai Beast aggregate. She used her own sacrifice to save the remaining 2,000 people, and saved the seriously wounded General Draculesti, General Sanada Yukimura, and Miss Caravaggio. It also avoided the need to forcibly activate the genius to bring you back to our original world. However, although the Honkai Beast aggregate no longer exists, its Honkai energy has not completely disappeared. Not far from where it was defeated, Dr. Schrodinger found some newly formed giant crystals. For this reason, Dr. Schrodinger herself, Figure Kira-senpai, and Roland-sama are still staying on the island for surveillance. This is the remaining problem I mentioned before, and it might need our help. What do we need to do? Use a Honkai energy attack to test the crystal's stability. If the crystals are stable, it's a good idea to bury them deep underground or throw them into space. And what if the crystals are fragile and easily leak Honkai energy? Then we blow them all up. How do we do that? That's where I come in, of course. Whoa, the eye looks... different. Are you Doo-doo? Yes, of course it's me. The only member of the mechanical race in Caledonia. Matteo Maria Board Ludwig Aristotle XII. Oh, I just made that name up on the spot, so don't think too much about it. In short, this is the anthropomorphic form I can use after having all of my functions restored. Isn't it a lot more prestigious than before? I mean, it's the same, it's just the eye is different. Yeah, kinda. I woke up 35 minutes and 28 seconds earlier than my master, so I already set up the crystal purification procedures for you. So without further ado, should we get going? Ah, is your body fine now? Captain, old man, are you safe? Yes, we were well protected, thanks to the heroes who shed their blood and sacrificed themselves. So, are you going back to the battlefield with the Holy Sword? Yes. Doo-doo said it has the ability to deal with the residual Honkai energy. Then go ahead. This is probably the best thing that only you can do. I heard there's a saying in Eastern philosophy that everyone is born with a fate. However, unlike the fate from prophecies, this kind of fate is almost always buried by trivial life. Only those with true wisdom and bravery can perceive their fate on a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and use it to create something that will be called impossible or a miracle by outsiders. Perhaps sometimes this miracle comes at a heavy price. Perhaps sometimes realizing our fate will make us sigh and grieve. But it is still the history chosen by this world, from countless possibilities, because of various coincidences, that finally became our destiny. Kid, what I really want to say is, no matter the philosophy, changing fate is far more important than praying for fate or cursing fate. Time can't go backwards. This world can't be reset. Rather than talking about your reasons of sadness, it's better to count the things that can be done. Kid, your journey has only begun. Maybe there are countless worlds and countless obstacles still waiting for you. So do your best. The best way to commemorate the deceased is to go forward on the path they have opened up. I will. Thank you very much, Sir Cervantes. Here, bro. Although I've been here before, it still surprises me how big the central fortress to defend the anchor point is. Oh good, I caught up. Roland? Did you come back from the Honkai crystal site? Roland-sama, could it be that an accident happened? Ah, no, it's nothing so big like an accident. It's just that Dr. Schrodinger detected abnormal fluctuations in the Honkai energy of the crystals, so she sent me back to discuss countermeasures with the chairwoman. The world is still in an unstable state after the cutting operation, and the communication with the island hasn't been restored. So we need to use human power to deliver these messages. Wait, could you help with the Honkai site now? Of course, we planned on that anyway. That's great. If Miss Bianca is present, then Shigeru Kira would also. Ah, no, it's nothing. I'm just worrying too much. She got accidentally burned while investigating the crystals. and her eyes and arms seemed to show some sign of corruption. She said she was fine, but... It's a problem. Roland, please report it to the Cherowin what happened. Rita and I are heading directly to Shigeru-Kira. Could that be serious? And after reporting to the chairwoman, should I get everyone available to rush over there? Yes, please. Goodness. In the east, there's a term for drought. Thousands of miles of red land. And now, this small island in the North Sea is turned into a purgatory because of the action of cutting the bubble universe and the subsequent melee. The overflowing of lava makes one think of that idiom. Oh, shit. Is that? Hold on tightly. Shigeru-Kira, don't let the Honkai erode your will. Calm down, Bianca. You got the wrong idea. I haven't been corrupted by the Honkai. Senior Kira, your body's been badly corrupted. Can't you even see it yourself? Where am I being corrupted? Do I have... That's what it is. Although it will only waste more time, it can't be helped. I have to explain it. Listen up, Self-Righteous Junior. It's not Honkai that's covering my body. It's a living alien. I call it by the second half of the name of my comrade in arms. Niggurath. Ah. Okay, yeah. So Niggurath was with her the entire time, I guess. Niggurath? Does this name come from Shub Niggurath, who belonged to the Snow Wolf squad alongside you? A Valkyrie who's rumored to have resurrected several times? Yes. This child can use its own cell repair to replace damaged organs and tissue of the host. That's the secret behind Shub Niggurath's several resurrections. What did you say? Don't be surprised yet. Listen to me first. Although Niggurath can enhance the vitality of the chosen person, its own survival also depends on the host itself. On the battlefield of the second eruption, when Shub Niggurath's body completely collapsed, it chose me. At the time, I'd lost consciousness, so I didn't know what happened. When I woke up, I was in another world. And Niggurath's consciousness or emotions began to resonate in my mind. It's difficult to describe this feeling because Niggurath is not a creature with complex thinking. It just projects its various instincts on the human consciousness. Okay, well... Okay. All I know is, it brought me to this world to avoid risks, and it's surprisingly compatible with my body. People in this world regarded me as a Star Whisperer copied by the Ether Anchor, and I accepted my new identity along the way. After all, after experiencing such a cruel war... To be honest, I don't really want to go back to my original world. So, you've been here ever since. So yeah, it's the original Shigeru-Kira. Still wasn't clear on that part until now. But is this Niggurath actually the previous Shub-Niggurath? Or is it just like it's a suit type thing? That is what I wonder. Oops. Now's not the time to go over those things. I only explained this much to show that I have not been corrupted by Honkai energy. It's just that I was hit by a sudden shockwave and lost consciousness, causing Niggurath in my body to produce a stress response. A sudden shockwave? Yes, it's shameful to say it, but I didn't even get close to the crystals. I lost consciousness without knowing what happened. When I woke up, I found myself floating in lava under Niggurath's protection. Miss Roland and Dr. Schrodinger were also missing. I worried that they are already... This isn't good. What's the matter, Rita? Bianca-sama, did you forget? We met Roland-sama not long ago. Ah, how can that be? I accidentally burned while investigating the crystals, and her eyes and arms seemed to show some sign of corruption. Oh, wait a minute. Were Roland's eyes always like that? He said she was fine, but... Yeah... I'm afraid that the person who had their will corrupted by the Honkai was Miss Roland herself. Doc, you're okay? I'm fine. Although this body is prone to losing unity after energy impacts, it's not easy to leave irreversible damage. It just takes some time to condense back to this human form. I heard your conversation just now. Let me add a testimony. The shockwave that hit Kira and I were released by Roland herself. It clung to my body and blasted me to pieces. No, that's impossible. Roland has no reason to do this, unless she was corrupted by Honkai. I searched the entire island while gathering my body. The crystals we monitored before are nowhere to be seen. Then, could it be that Roland... Oh my god. We carelessly let her into the fortress. Oh man, this... It just does not end. Napoleon had to sacrifice herself. Hundreds of people already got killed. And it's not over yet. A few minutes ago, the woman walked unhurriedly on the empty corridor of the fortress. Her goal is very clear, and there's no hesitation in her heart. She knew that in this battered world, she is a unique and noble existence. Yes, she did originate from humans. But just like humans don't think of apes as their own kind, she doesn't see any difference between the naked apes and ants. To her, even Napoleon was nothing more than a stale and stubborn old father. This body is the crystallization of the coevolution of tens of thousands of wills. They got rid of the mastermind biding their freedom. They got rid of the ugly, monstrous form. The Son of God, through the inherently incomplete Star Whisperer's body, finally came to this world. Yes, she still thinks she's just a son of God. She's not strong enough yet, so a little trick has to be used. When she is sure that she will succeed, the disguise will be unnecessary. Roland's consciousness is still alive in her body, but it's just a trivial nerve cell, a part of the body which does not represent the soul. Ooh. So basically, Roland's already dead. All-nighters don't care about dry eyes. Marathon runners don't care about muscle soreness. No matter how much the mantis swings its forelimbs, the direction of the wind will not change. The Son of God was enjoying this small struggle in her body, and leisurely walked in the empty corridors of the fortress. Oh, I know. So Roland is still just barely hanging on. I can't see it going well. Huh? Roland? Did something happen? No, everything is fine, Chairwoman. It's just that we got the reinforcement of the 2 Valkyries, so Dr. Schrodinger sent me back. Well, that's fine. After all, as an incomplete Star Whisperer, your Honkai resistance is not as good as theirs. Alas, we made such a big mess ourselves, but we still need the help of others to clear up the aftermath. Well, many unpredictable things did happen. I think you should be happy, Chairwoman and Commander. We don't think this is a bad result at all. Oh, use we. Because hasn't the most wonderful form of life been born in front of you? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, Thoreau's dead. Aw, it must be painful to have your neck clenched. Should we be sorry, since you may be the person who understands us best in this world? We don't want you to die without knowing anything like the Chairwoman. Yes, show us more expressions of pain, helplessness, despair, astonishment, and anger. Otherwise, where should we start? A self-introduction? Yes, yes. It's polite to introduce yourself during the first meeting. But in that case, we have to give ourselves a name, right? So, Commander One-san, do you think... is there a name suitable for us, the Son of God? Don't stay there in a daze, Valkyries. Let's head back to headquarters. I worry that it's already too late. Shigure Kira, watch your feet! This is... earthquake? Or a volcanic eruption? That's not it. It seems like things are getting more and more out of control. What happened, Dr. Schrodinger? I'm not sure, but whatever it is, some kind of power right now is eroding the ether anchor itself. For this bubble universe, it means the end of the world. Are you saying this bubble universe will become a sea of fire? Like here? That's uncertain. In fact, I think most areas won't. In this case, if the special anchor point system collapses, the bubble universe will likely become space-time fragments that will eventually decay and disappear. At the bottom of the Sea of Quanta, there are many such world fragments. It would be like if people could only live in the wreckage of a building like prisoners, repeating the same day endlessly. That's... Hello? Now's not the time to share this kind of knowledge. Did you not just tell me to not stay here in a daze? Doctor, this power that you said is eroding ether anchor. Can we stop it? Theoretically. However, now that the anchor point channel has become unstable, it's difficult for us to even return there to solve the problem. Didn't I just jump from here? That was when the anchor was stable. Now, the energy fluctuations are so intense. How could we ever adjust flexibly in the air, not to be torn apart by the rifts of time and space? Even though... Everyone, look! Something is flying towards here. Oh! Yo, it's Bertrand! Let's go! Valkyries, travelers, do you face any crisis? Do you need help? Brigadier General Bertrand, turned dragon, is reporting. I feel like I get 20 years younger every day. General Dragon? Great, you arrived at the perfect time. But why are you here? I felt the abnormal Honkai energy fluctuations from the Yucatan. I was worried that you had already gone to war with the Emperor. Unexpectedly, I fell into the cracks of the world while flying. After crawling out of it, the sight of purgatory was in front of me. So is there really a problem? Long story short, General Dragon, now we need to break into a fortress to save the world, but the space tunnel is very unstable, so we can't jump in it. Although I'm not sure what to do. But in return for your kindness, I think there should be no problem with carrying a few people through the space tunnel. Thank you. We'll get on you right away. Wait. What? You still have other allies heading here. Look. Bianca, long time no see. Jimmy? And Mr. Pilot? These are merely space fluctuations. How could it stop the wings of the Red Baron? But the machine's not as flexible as a real dragon. We were flying ahead of him, but it took longer to find a place to land. It doesn't matter. We didn't even expect you to be here at all. Bianca, Doctor, what's the current situation? We have to cross the anchor point and return to the core area of the Huaca Tunnel. Right, Dr. Schrodinger? Yes. Before it's too late. You and Rita go back with the help of General Bertrand. Figure Akira and I will board on the improved Red Baron. No matter who arrives first, give priority to the issue and search for Roland's whereabouts. This is a race against time. This may be our last shot at saving this world. Any remaining questions will be answered later. Everything is impermanent. So many things happened in less than a day's work. Although it's too late, I still would like to say some things to His Majesty the Emperor. But sure enough, the Bonaparte from your youth has always been in the depths of your heart. That line hit. Youngsters, you don't need to get sentimental over an old man like me. Although we have both lost someone close to us, my story has little to no ups and downs now, while yours has, in fact, only begun. When the Emperor was still the Emperor, as long as he was working, would not find the emotion called sadness in him. He said that the greatest kind of people in this world are the positively acting pessimists. He was the greatest of all pessimists. He knows that mankind will continue to struggle to survive, and that there is no benevolent power helping us in secret. But even then, he doesn't act negatively or scared. Even if he knows he is weak, he continues to move forward toward his goal. Because he knows deep down, in this world, only actions mean anything, and only actions can change destiny. Any thought without action is just self-righteous arrogance. It's easier said than done. I remember there was such a saying in the East. That's right. The Emperor often warned us before. Thought without action, and action without thought. They are equally as dangerous. The former can only sit back and complain. The latter gets stubborn and fans the flames. The Emperor said that this kind of balance is difficult to grasp. He himself only performed well when compiling the Civil Code. He said that the Civil Code was the perfect combination of thought and action, and would never be abandoned by history. The job of a Valkyrie is to save the world. They will also not be abandoned by history. You're right. Your career is the cornerstone of everything. As long as you don't betray it, you deserve the praise of most people. As you know, the Emperor sacrificed the entirety of Europe for his own interests, and for the interests of France. That eventually became a fatal stain on him. Beethoven even ripped off the title of the symphony composed for him, and changed Bonaparte to a hero. After all, compared to the whole world, an emperor and tens of millions of French people are just a small few. But none of us can guarantee that what we're doing is in line with the interests of mankind and the progress of civilization, right? That's a good way to think. Judging from what you reported, the Emperor may have chosen to integrate with his subjects into a new form of life just to avoid that. But for what price? These subjects were his most loyal and radical servants in the past. Combining with them only allowed a group of people to rush down the road of paranoia even more quickly. Perhaps picking up the fragments of mankind and fusing them all together is a way to transcend Honkai. But this example before us is definitely the worst of the worst. The child born from personal and deformed desires. It's a pity that His Majesty the Emperor's other half has died with him, and the remaining parts seem to be causing an even bigger disaster. Master, this is not the time to be angry or sad. I know. Before we save the world, none of us can lose our cool. Bianca-sama, General Bertrand, it seems that we're very close to the entrance of the space crack. Got it. Let's just rush straight in. Durandal, pay attention to the fluctuation of the anchor point, and correct the target position in real time. Leave it to me. The remains of the Star Whispers gradually dissipated, and the central monitoring room that can control the entire ether anchor was silent at this moment. The demon born in the body of the old king lives in the center of the bubble universe like a spider, savoring its prey. You managed to find us before we bid farewell to the old world after all. And before we become a god that transcends this world. 5 minutes remain. We're very interested in seeing what else you can do. Weird. How come there's nobody here? Bianca-sama, look over there. Bianca? Rita? How come you're on this side? That's what I want to ask as well. Didn't we divide the troops after landing to search for Roland's whereabouts? Why did we meet head-on? This passage shouldn't be circular. Didn't we even leave the General Dragon and Watt behind to meet at the starting point? You didn't meet anyone along the way? Yeah, not a single guard. But if Honkai already captured this fortress, why would the battlefield be so clean? Indeed, Honkai is not one to deliberately clean the battlefield. And since we proved with our feet that this passage is circular, there's only one possibility I can think of. The part of the fortress where we're standing may have broken away from the normal order organized by the anchor. What do you mean? Bianca, think of it like this. The underground fortress was originally built on the place closest to the ether anchor. And what is the anchor itself? It's the core that organizes this large-scale bubble universe. The book spine that organizes many different small spaces tidily like pages. No, in this case, a messy data cable on a computer might be a better analogy. In short, because the fortress is too close to the anchor point, it's actually very easy for it to be disassembled into tiny independent pieces, each of which is very similar to a separate world fragment. In other words, our encounter is a half circle of a world in opposite directions. So, are you saying that this fortress has already been disassembled and we got the wrong fragment? No. The first half of what you said is correct, but the second half isn't. Shigure Kira, the Niggurath in your body, does it also have an organ that can sense Honkai energy? Organ? It's not always easy to get what you mean, but yes, Niggurath has a way to tell me the approximate distribution of Honkai energy around me. And can you detect the crystals we were investigating before? There's a small, vague feeling. I even think it might be hidden behind the wall in front of us. That can't be true. No, my smell tells me the same. All right, since it's like this, it's very simple. Bianca, what do I need to do? Cut the space there with the holy sword. The culprit we're looking for is behind this wall. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. Very well. Then let's do it. Oh my. As expected of you, La Niña has been waiting here for a long time. You are... Roland? Ah, you mean the original owner of this body. The Star Whisperer, Knight Roland, is just one of the thousands of cells that make up us. Nothing special, nothing meaningful. Can't even take part in the thinking. That means you're just a damn parasite. Gee, what a rude little creature. All the various creatures of this world evolved from single cells like bacteria. That's the discovery Darwin made in another world. And we think you should all be familiar with it. So using that truth as a metaphor, we, La Niña, are the evolution of both the subjects of the Napoleonic Empire and your Knight Roland under the beautiful effect of the Honkai. She becomes our bones, and we become her wisdom. Do you think that the bones in your body are jealous of your brain? What the hell are you talking about? Do you think this is ridiculous, Miss Shigure Kira? Even though you survived our attacks thanks to the benefit of fusing with another creature? Is it really so hard for you to understand why we're so much better than ordinary people? You only make me sick. Perhaps. Our birth does seem a little too wonderful. If you think about it, it's the result of so many coincidences happening one after the other. First of all, our Emperor, Mr. Napoleon. He incorporated us as part of his body so his rule could last for generations. After that, you, the Republic that wanted to get rid of this threat, cut off a part of the bubble universe, forcing us, our body and soul, to fully combine under the effects of Honkai. And after that, the opposite existence of the Emperor chose to die with him, and we became the brain in the jar, trapped in the crystallization of Honkai energy. And in the end, the incomplete Star Whisperer happened to appear before us, allowing us to use her body for our rebirth. What are you trying to do now? Are you trying to use our feelings for Roland? What an impatient little girl. You. I'm not afraid to treat you like a comrade in arms who was corrupted by the Honkai on the battlefield. So get out of Roland's body quickly. I'll not hesitate to use the holy sword Durandal. Oh my. Rude and impatient, like a little bandit. At least your companions have more restraint. But what a pity. This time you were in the right, and they were in the wrong. What do you mean? Do you need me to spell it out for you? While you were threatening us, the synchronization between us and the anchor was quietly completed. From now on, we are the anchor, and the anchor is us. And you, in order to listen to our story, just wasted the last 5 minutes in which you could stop La Niña. What a pity. Synchronized with the anchor. Ah, our dear doctor. Among them, you must be the one who understands the weight of that sentence the most. The ether anchor controls the world. If someone can synchronize with it, they will not only be unaffected by the laws of this world, but will even be able to use them to their advantage. In other words, we, the Son of God, La Niña, have become the god of this world which you are oh so concerned about. That's not possible. No one has been able to manipulate even 1/1000th of the anchor's information at the same time. What kind of bluff are you trying to use here? Bluff? No, you are wrong, Miss Idol. La Niña is not only one person, but 1,000, as well as 100,000. You can't begin to imagine what we can do. Rest assured, this is actually a good thing. What the Emperor did was kill the chicken to get the eggs, and the Republic's cutting of the bubble universe was breaking the pot. And only we, the holy child chosen by fate, can keep this world alive for a long time and let it have a tomorrow and an after tomorrow. As proof of that, yes, why don't we copy a few of the people who just died in this world for you? What did you say? Honkai energy pours out from the body of La Niña. But the scary thing is, most of that energy did not dissipate, but condensed into both familiar and unfamiliar figures. Darwin. A soldier. Another soldier. Oh, it seems like something went wrong. Yes, how could I forget? These people's minds were so delicious that we already digested them. Now we can't vomit them out anymore. Whatever. The moving goodbye didn't happen here. But if you were all eaten by us, wouldn't everyone reunite in the same body? You're crazy. Ah, did you plan to win by relying on Durandal? And in front of the body of Roland, did you want to teach a fish how to swim? The sword broke? What the heck? Really? Did you not notice until now that the weakness of this sword is its complete form itself? Well, since your friends are less skilled, let's get rid of you first. I won't let you. A freeze attack? What a joke. Did you hope that this power would work on us? We didn't. Just like you just now, we bought her some precious time. Bianca, use your will to move the gems of Durandal. You are its current owner. It will certainly respond to your will. Yes. Roland's holy sword. If you agree to let me save her honor in this world, if you're willing to use my body to destroy the enemy, then respond to my heartfelt call, immortal blade. Impossible. What is this? Turns out, that's how it is. Used as a weapon, Solium can replace the body of the Valkyrie to absorb, control, and release Honkai energy. But conversely, a Valkyrie can also use her body to temporarily do what Solium does. So you who call yourself La Niña, the scum of this world, this is the purification program that the Holy Sword prepared for you before we set off. Take this. Roland! Don't panic, Bianca. The Honkai energy in her body was drained by you. She just passed out. Besides that, yes, the underlying problem is still there. Dr. Schrödinger, what does that mean? And the Holy Sword is no exception. Perception of Honkai energy is indeed not as sensitive as mine or Shigure Akira's. The purification procedure just now has indeed erased the consciousness mixed in the Honkai energy. But the problem is that the Honkai energy has been associated with the ether anchor. Even the Holy Sword can only push it deeper into the anchor point, rather than outside of the bubble universe. Just like how you can't use washing powder to clean the water itself. So, what'll happen next? The bubble universe will have temporary peace. However, due to the corrosive effect of the freely running Honkai on the anchor point, it will likely disintegrate completely within 3 to 5 years. Disintegrate completely? Yes. The bubble universe will be broken into countless pieces and head to its own end. This process started the moment that La Niña died. In other words, this bubble is slowly disintegrating as we speak. How can that be? You're right. No one can accept this fate. Fortunately, I can think of one solution. But the pros and cons weigh the same, so I need your consent. It's okay. No matter what you say, if it can completely save this world, I agree. Listen to me first. The method I just came up with isn't an ultimate solution to the problem. It's just a substitute for the plot of La Niña, but it will greatly delay the death of this world. And also, once this plan is put into action, Everyone except the four of us will have to stay inside this dying bubble universe, whether they want it or not. The space-time cracks of this world will be completely locked from the outside. We won't be able to say goodbye to them, and we'll have no chance to tell them of what happened here. We'll even lose the chance to repair the Durandal. But I assure you, this world will indeed gain precious breathing time. Whether it's me, Figure Kira, your overseer Otto, or someone from Anti-Entropy, it's possible to use this time to find a permanent solution. But since this is the only way I can think of at the moment, from a decision-making perspective, none of that is the deciding factor. The deciding factor is that the fate of this world will depend on you alone from now on. Could it be that you want me to... That's right. You will directly replace La Niña as God, and lock the survival of this bubble universe within yourself. As long as you live, this world will exist. But on the contrary, the process of disintegration will start once again when you die. I had never expected it, but you behaved better as Durandal's gem container than the original Solium body. In this way, although we won't be able to completely separate the Honkai energy left by La Niña in the ether anchor, we can use the gems of Durandal to seal the entire anchor, alongside the bubble universe itself and the Honkai energy inside your body. What? Inside my body? Literally? Exactly what I said. Just like how you used your own body to replace Durandal's sword body. Just like how a geometric inversion can replace an object from outside the circle inside of the circle. Using Durandal's energy manipulation tech, we can treat you as the circle and invert the bubble universe outside you to inside you. After the inversion takes effect, you can use the genius to return to Shixel headquarters as normal. And the bubble universe, yes, from a philosophical perspective, will become your personal little universe. Of course, for you personally, it won't just be a mental burden. You're a Valkyrie, so this may make some people from Shixel want to conduct human experiments on you. But as I said earlier, this is the only way I can think of right now. Perhaps we can find another way if we sit down and research. But at that time, as the anchor will be more eroded and destroyed, we might lose the chance to invert the bubble with Durandal's gems like we have now. Using my smell of Honkai energy to estimate, we still have a week or so until we have to decide on whether we will do the inversion or not. Doctor, I've heard enough. You just need to tell me how I can grasp this life-saving straw and save the world. I like a lot of people in this world. Some even gave up their lives for its future. No matter what, I don't want to let this world end with death. Now that our journey brought us here, we must help them protect it to the end. Bianca, you're the bravest person I've ever met. But how can you do it so easily? How can you decide the future of your life in one go? Won't you shoulder the responsibility of the whole world? Senpai, hasn't the life of a Valkyrie always been like that? We're warriors, people who can die at any time, and people who will always bear the fate of everyone's lives. We had no intention of ignoring the destruction in front of us from the beginning. In fact, since then, we had already decided what our life would be like. If anyone hesitates about this, then they haven't carefully thought about what it means to be a Valkyrie who fights for all that's beautiful in this world. For the people that I like, and for the people that they like. For everyone who make people be people. They have moved me, and I'm willing to dedicate everything I have to protect them. Holy Sword, if you're still conscious, if you still feel like I'm a master worthy of your trust, go beyond your limits with me. The shining armor that suddenly covered her whole body. Did Bianca-sama and the Holy Sword achieve a deeper fusion? The space has begun to distort. Is the thing behind her a black hole? No, that should be called a horizon. A black hole is just one way to produce them. It seems that the immortal blade understands what I meant by inversion. Invert the whole world? Do you mean to store the whole world in a point with no volume? The size of the bubble universe itself is pretty small. Bianca and Durandal can do this. Miss Rita, prepare your genius. Shikare Kira, wake up your Nigoroth. Roland was originally a star whisperer born from the anchor. No matter what we do, she would be forced back into the bubble universe. Everyone, it's time to say goodbye. Doc. Bianca-sama? You don't have to force yourself to speak. It's all right. I'm getting more and more used to it. I can feel the sky and the earth inside my body. Someone is welcoming a brand new blue sky. Someone is hugging their friends. I will cherish all of them. Rita, now! Start the genius! The inversion will end soon. We'll be forced into the void of the Sea of Quanta. Yes, Bianca-sama. High in the north, in a land called Svithjod, there is a mountain. It is 100 miles long and 100 miles high. And once every 1,000 years, a little bird comes to this mountain to sharpen its beak. When the mountain has thus been torn away, a single day of eternity will have passed. The hero is gone. The wound gradually healed. The everyday life has returned, just like how the eternal stars rise from the east to west, day after day. 10 years have passed in the bubble universe's time. Well, Antonio's here, is he? Wait a minute, that's Thales, isn't it? And is that Miguel? Ready at your pleasure, your grace. I'm sorry for you. You've come to answer a stony adversary, an inhuman wretch, incapable of pity and devoid of even a drop of mercy. I've been told your grace has taken great pains to dissuade him from his course. But as he's determined, and as the law can't help me avoid his revenge, then... The saying fits well. One should die in silence. I feel ashamed. I've never had the guts to do anything extraordinary. So today I have to quietly welcome my tragic fate. What? What Dale said wasn't in the script at all, was it, Captain? It was 10 years have passed in the bubble universe. Oh wait, there was... That's right, okay. Does that matter? It's very common for actors to forget their lines. As long as they continue to speak according to the situation, the story will continue to develop normally. And I will correct you. In here, I am the director of the theater, not the captain. As the Orientals say, if the name's not right, the words won't flow well. Ah, sorry. I'm just used to it. You don't have to get so cautious all of a sudden. It's not bad to be humble, but I prefer the you who is more easygoing. Huh. Rita sometimes says the same thing. Huh? However, this is the so-called growth, right? I experienced, lost and gained many things. In the end, it may be very different from the past, but I know from the depths of my heart I managed to protect the treasure I cherish the most in this world. My true self. You've really grown up, Bianca. Although on our side, the flow of time is much slower, compared to the decade that has passed here. Director of the theater, it's your scene next. Oops, it's my turn to play. Bianca, can you match your lines with mine? Of course. Kyla, come forward. We're all waiting for you to change your mind and give up cutting that pound of meat from this unfortunate businessman. I've told your grace what my intentions are. I've sworn by our holy Sabbath to get the full penalty for failure to pay the debt. If you deny it, you will be undermining your city's constitution and the rule of law. You'll ask me why I'd rather have a measure of dead flesh than receive 3,000 ducats. Just say I feel like it. Is that good enough? What if my house were plagued by a rat and it suited me to pay 10,000 ducats to have it poisoned? Isn't that my freedom? There are some men who don't like the sight of a gaping pig's head. Some who go mad if they see a cat. And others who can't help wetting themselves when they hear the nasal whine of the bagpipes. That's because our likes and dislikes govern our emotions. No one is their own master. When one's own likes and dislikes are stimulated, they don't need a reason. Everyone can't help but show their ugly side. And for me, it is a solid hatred and loathing that I have for Antonio that makes me pursue this money-losing case against him. Have you got your answer? Bassanio, you callous man. This is no excuse for your cruelty. I don't have to please you with my answers. You're crazy. Do all men kill the things they dislike? Wouldn't every man just love to kill the things he doesn't like? Every offense causes hatred in the first place. How could that be true? What? Would you allow a serpent to sting you twice? Okay. Please don't forget, you're arguing with the Jew. You may as well stand on the beach and tell the sea not to reach its usual high point. You may as well ask the wolf why he's made the ewe bleat in bereavement of his lamb. You may as well forbid the mountain pines to sway or make a noise in the buffeting winds. So, my friend, I beg you not to try anything else or use any further means. But let me have the judgment, and the Jew his will, as soon as possible. How can you give yourself up like this? To the old man over there. If he borrowed 3,000 ducats, I will return you 6,000. I just said so much. Did you not listen? Listen well, brat. If every ducat in that 6,000 were multiplied by 6, I would not take the money. I want the punishment done as per the contract. How can you hope for mercy, not giving any yourself? What do you mean, Your Grace? What judgment should I fear, not having done anything wrong? Between you, many have brought slaves which, treating them like beasts, you use for dirty and difficult jobs. If I were to say, free them, marry them to your children, why care about the money spent? Give them beds as soft as yours and good food like your own. Where would your compassion be then? You would answer, the slaves are our property. And that's how I'm answering you. The pound of flesh that I demanded of him was expensive. It's mine, and I'm going to have it. If you deny me, then shame on your law. It will mean that the laws of Venice are only a piece of paper for decoration. How rude. I'm waiting for the verdict, Your Grace. Answer me quickly. Will I have it? I have sent someone to ask for Don Quixote, a learned lawyer, to resolve this case. If he does not come today, according to the power invested in me by the state, I'm able to postpone the trial. Wait. The name of this doctor appeared once before. You can't change it so casually, right? Well, Bianca's right on this one. The details can be left to the actors, but the structure cannot be changed at will. Bellario is the cousin of the heroine, Portia, which is explained in the third act named Portia. Well, I'm getting old, and my head doesn't work as well as it used to. I couldn't remember the name of the doctor just now, so I had to put Don Quixote in it. And how about this? We give a line to Bassanio, let him add the name of the doctor. I have to remind him? Yeah. The governor dragged his tone and did not say the name. I have sent someone to ask for... You immediately add, Dr. Bellario, Your Grace. Then the governor can go on, Yes, Dr. Bellario, a learned lawyer to solve this case. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, Miguel. Then let's continue. I've sent someone to ask for, Dr. Bellario, Your Grace. Yes, Dr. Bellario, a learned lawyer to solve this case. If he does not come today, according to the power invested in me by the state, I'm able to postpone the trial. Your Grace, the Governor. What is it? There's a messenger waiting outside, just arrived from Padua with letters from Dr. Bellario. Just in time. Bring me the letters and call the messenger in. Be happy, Antonio. Come on, man, be brave. This barbarian will have my flesh, blood, bones, and all before you'll lose one drop of blood for my sake. I am the runt of the flock and the most vulnerable. It is my destiny to be slaughtered. The weakest fruit drops earliest to the ground, and so will I. Let me end my life of misfortune this way. The best thing you can do, Bassanio, is stay alive and write my epitaph. Hey, stop saying these self-defeating things. Look, the messenger has already come. 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. Look, the messenger has already come. Hey, isn't that Alice? I greet your grace, the governor. Have you come from Padua, from that doctor? From both, my lord. Valerio sends his compliments to your grace. This is his handwritten letter. Please read it. It's paper noises. Hey, you're being noisy. Why are you sharpening your knife so earnestly? Oh, I guess not paper noises. Of course, it's to cut the meat from that bankrupt guy there that belongs to me. Radiano, you cruel Jew. It is not on your soul that you're sharpening your knife. You are sharpening it on your stone heart. No, not metal. Not even the hangman's axe is half as hard as your heart. Can no prayers move you? Jimmy, you're too nervous. Oh, that's Jimmy. Wow. Jimmy looks very different. I'm sorry. When I noticed it was my part to accuse the villain, I just... Is there something wrong with that? Isn't it interesting to have a timid and scared Graciano who wants to stick to his simple sense of justice? Ah, sorry. I just can't help but feel anxious when I see this type of person. Since everyone here is a temporary guest actor, you must let the character follow your own nature so that you can play it well. So shall we continue with the rehearsal? After all, won't tomorrow's performance be broadcast to the whole world? None that you're intelligent enough to make. Oh, rot in hell, you heartless dog. Until the time comes that you can shout the seal from off my contract, you're only hurting your lungs with that noise. Why bother? Good boy. I advise you to calm down. Don't continue to make a fool of yourself. And don't do something unimaginable to yourself or others. Your Grace, I only ask for a fair judgment by the law. This letter said that the doctor himself could not appear, but he recommended a young and promising lawyer to our court. Messenger, has this young man come with you? Yes, he's waiting nearby to know your answer, to hear whether you'll admit him or not. With all my heart. Hurry up, 3 or 4 of you officials go and escort him here with all due courtesy. I forget which play this is. I know I've heard about this stuff before. But yeah, it should be one of Shakespeare's plays. Young man, you've come from the doctor? Or I have, my lord. You are welcome. Take your place. Are you acquainted with the dispute that occupies this court today? I'm fully briefed on the case. Which is the bankrupt merchant? Which is the bankrupt merchant, and which is the creditor? Antonio and old Shylock, both come forward. Is your name Shylock? Shylock is my name. Your suit is an unusual one, but it stands up legally, and Venetian law can't challenge its validity. Antonio, you're in some danger from this suit of his, aren't you? Yes, that's what he claims. Do you admit to this debt? I do. Since the other party admitted to being wrong, then I suggest the creditor to be merciful. Why does everyone want me to be merciful? On whose authority must I? I'm a scholar, so forgive me if it sounds like a sermon, but the quality of mercy is not strained. It drops onto the world as the gentle rain does to all sentient beings. It's doubly blessed. It blesses both the giver and the receiver. And to those who provide mercy, it gives a different type of happiness. One that is more noble and comforting than any right or wealth. I've spoken about this to soften the justice of your plea. If you insist on pure justice, however, then this serious Venetian court has no alternative other than to pronounce sentence against the merchant. I'll not give in. I only ask that the law allow me to execute the punishment as per the contract. Is he unable to pay you the money? No, he can pay. I'm offering it to him here in the court. Indeed, twice the sum. If that's not enough, I'm willing to be bound over to pay it 10 times over on the collateral of my hands, my head, my heart. If that's still not enough, then it's not the money that's at issue. It's the desire to murder my friend. Doctor, I beg of you, use your authority to bend the law. Do a small wrong to bring about a great right, and prevent this cruel devil from having his way, or else the whole law will be the accomplice of a murder. It can't be done. There's no power in Venice that can circumvent an established law. It would create a precedent and encourage many other irregularities in the court. It's impossible. But Daniel, come to deliver justice. The wisdom of this young man is simplicity rare in this world, and I agree with his every word. Lender, please let me see the contract. Here it is, most reverend doctor. Here it is. Shylock, will you not think of it again? They are willing to repay you with more than 3 times the money. No, no. I have sworn an oath before heaven. Do you want me to burden my soul with perjury? No, no, no. Not even for the whole of Venice would I give it up. Very well. Then we will punish as agreed. The Jew may lawfully claim a pound of flesh to be cut by him from the merchant's chest. But, Mr. Shylock, I advise you one last time. Be merciful. Take 3 times the money. Tell me to tear the contract up. When it's paid according to its terms, you can tear it up. You appear to be a good judge. You know the law. Your interpretation has been very sound. You're indeed a rising star of the legal world. In the name of the law, I ask you to proceed to judgment. I don't want a reconciliation or accommodation. I just want to enforce the penalty clause. My desperate heart also asks you to use the sentence to end its suffering. All right. Well then, this is it. You must prepare your breast for his knife. Oh, noble judge. Oh, excellent young man. The reason why I pronounced this sentence is because the contractual punishment does not conflict with the laws of Venice. Or wait. That was Portia. The reason why I pronounce this sentence is because the contractual punishment does not conflict with the laws of Venice. That's very true. Oh, wise and upright judge, how much older you are than you look. Antonio, uncover your chest. Yes. His chest, near his heart. Here, it's written on the contract in black and white. That's right. Are there scales here to weigh the flesh? I have them here. Well, I hope you have a doctor standing by, Shylock, at your expense to stop his wounds in case he bleeds to death. Does it say that in the contract? It's not detailed, but what of that? You'd naturally do that out of charity. Sorry, but I can't find any surgeon nor the obligation to do so. Then, Merchant Antonio, you have something to say? I'm pretty sure I know what's going on. I like that they put this little skit in here. Very little. I'm fortified and mentally prepared. Give me your hand, Bassanio. Farewell. Don't grieve that I've fallen to this state for your sake. Any man who truly loves his friends would do the same. Remember me to your dear wife. Tell her the story of Antonio's death. Tell her how much I loved my friends and how much I accepted my death. Speak well of me, and when the tale has been told, ask her whether Bassanio was once dearly loved by his friend. Ask her if that friend really did die without regrets. Regret only that you will lose your friend. If the Jew cuts deeply enough, I'll pay it immediately, with all my heart. Antonio, I'm married to a woman who is as dear to me as life itself, but I don't value life, my wife, and all the world more than I do your life. I would give them all, yes, sacrifice them all, right here and now, to this devil to save you. Your wife wouldn't thank you much for that, were she here to hear you make that offer. No, Rita. Ah. Sorry, my tongue slipped. Oh my. It's fine, we can laugh now. We just have to train a bit more later. Having said that, this paragraph is just a witty remark on the story, so everyone can play it as they interpret it. Shall we continue? Alright. Your wife wouldn't thank you much for that, were she here to hear you make that offer. No, Doctor, this was just a metaphor. I'm not saying I would really use my family to... Yes, yes. I also have a wife whom I swear I love. But in this situation, I can't help but come up with some strange ideas. I wish she were in heaven so she could plead with some higher power to change this currish Jew's mind. It's a good thing you're offering that behind her back. Otherwise, you'd have an unsettled household for several days. Look, this is the good husband of your so-called civilized people. I have a daughter, and I would rather have her marry the son of a pirate than a beast like you. We're wasting time. The sentence, please. Very well. A pound of that merchant's flesh is yours. The court awards it. The law allows it. Most rightful judge. And since you did not accept any of the compromises proposed by the defendant, you must cut his flesh from his breast. The law allows it, and the court awards it. Most learned judge. A good sentence. One moment. Is there something else, Your Honor? There is. This contract doesn't allow you a drop of blood. The words expressly are a pound of flesh. So you can take the meat, but if in cutting it, you shed one drop of his blood, under the laws of Venice, your lands and goods are subject to confiscation to the state of Venice. What? Oh, upright judge! Did you hear that, vampire? This is a truly learned judge. Is that the law? you can see the act for yourself. As you urged justice so strongly, be assured that you will have more justice than you want. O noble judge! Most learned judge! A good sentence! The same words to mock him. Well then, I'll accept the late payment. Just pay back 3 times the amount in the contract. Here's the money. Not so fast, friend of the defendant. I have already pronounced the sentence. Since the plaintiff could not accept any of the compromises proposed by the defendant, he had to cut off the meat from the merchant's chest. He can no longer accept any alternative. Ah, there is no one who is fairer than you, O judge. And so, Mr. Shylock, please cut the meat now. Shed no blood, and take care to cut off no more and no less than just a pound of flesh. If the scale turns as much as the weight of a hair, you die and all your property is confiscated. A Daniel come to deliver justice. The wisdom of this young man is simplicity rare in this world. I agree with his every word. Why are you hesitating? Take your forfeit. Give me my capital back and let's pretend this never happened. I have it ready. Here it is. Friend of the defendant. As I said earlier, he can no longer accept any alternatives. Wouldn't getting my capital back suffice? You'll have nothing but the penalty be taken at your peril, Shylock. The law has already sentenced the defendant for breaching the contract, and you can't change that fact. Well then, may the devil give him the benefit of it. I won't stay and argue this any longer. Wait, Jew. The law has another hold over you. It is stated in the Venetian law that if it should be proved against a foreigner that he has, by direct or indirect efforts, sought the life of any citizen, the person against which he has conspired is entitled to seize 1/2 of his goods, the other half going to the state coffers. Furthermore, whether the offender lives or dies becomes the subject of the Duke's sole discretion. Kneel, therefore, and beg the Duke for mercy. It might not be too late. Shylock, let me show you the spirit of our civilized people. I already forgave your death sentence before you even asked for it. Regarding half of your wealth, it goes to Antonio. The other half goes to the state. Showing remorse could convert this to a fine. No, I don't need your forgiveness. Just take my life as well. When you take my house, you take the means of maintaining it. You take my life when you take away the means whereby I live. What mercy can you give him, Antonio? If it pleases my lord the Duke and the court to not confiscate 1/2 of his wealth, then I promise. The other half I took over will be transferred to his daughter and the gentleman who eloped with her recently. I only have one other condition, that he makes a will here and now in the court, leaving everything he owns at the time of his death to his son-in-law, Lorenzo, and his daughter. He will do this, or I'll withdraw the pardon that I've just pronounced. Are you satisfied, Shylock? What do you say? I'm content. Then, clerk, please draw up a will. Would you give me permission to leave the court? I'm not well. Send the will after me and I'll sign it. Go ahead. I don't think you have the guts to change your mind. Antonio, reward this gentleman because, in my opinion, you're seriously indebted to him. Yes, my lord. clever twist. Although, man, if that play came out in current times, that would just get obliterated. As you can tell, it's a bit racist. Okay. Phew, I can finally take a break. Although it may be rude to say this, but the curtain hasn't fallen yet. Ah, is the part after this when Bassanio gives his wedding ring to the doctor? Yes, Durandal. No, Bianca-sama. It's alright, I don't mind it. No, director, isn't there a famous line in one of your other scripts? A name isn't a hand, a foot, an arm, a face, or anything like that. What does a name mean? The flower we call a rose would smell just as sweet if we called it by any other name. Having said that, didn't you say the Holy Sword has been recast? Did it protest that you stole its name? Well, no. After all, in the words of the Holy Sword itself, hey. No, you should continue to use that name. I don't know if people can get used to it once I get it back, but I really enjoy being able to claim to be your ancestor, you know. It would have been a lot more lively if it could come back here. That's true. Captain, we'll definitely find a way to connect the inversion baseline of this bubble universe to the imaginary tree and completely solve its stability problem. When the day that the Holy Sword can unload its burden, when the day comes that the Holy Sword can unload its burden, I will definitely take it back here and have a look. And is that a promise? It's a promise. I promise. Alright, everyone. We still have 1/5 left to surprise the world on the broadcast. Come on. I thought... I guess it's not over yet, but I thought that the Durandal sword was already back. Or rather, I thought it was left there or something. My dear sir, my friend and I have escaped some serious penalties today as a result of your wisdom. I have the honor of offering you the 3,000 ducats. They were due to the Jew, but you can have it as payment for the trouble you've taken. You two, you must not. All I wanted was the law to not be used in a twisted way. In rescuing you, I've achieved satisfaction, so I regard myself as having been well paid. I've never been interested in money. Please remember me when we meet again. Good luck. And so, goodbye. Wait, sir. Dear sir, I really must insist. Take a souvenir as something to remember us by, not as a fee. Grant me 2 things, I beg of you. Not to say no to me, and to pardon my insistence. You're very insistent, and therefore I will concede. Mr. Antonio, let me have your gloves. I'll wear them to remember you. And Mr. Bassanio, as a token of your goodwill, I'll take this ring. Eh? But... No, don't pull your hand away. I won't take anything else. Surely you won't refuse me. But this ring is... Oh no, it's worthless. I wouldn't shame myself by giving it to you. What is so embarrassing about it? If you say that, it really makes me want it now. I won't have anything but this ring. This ring itself is worthless, but it has sentimental value for me, and I can't give it to others. Doctor, I'll advertise for the most expensive ring in Venice and give it to you. But as for this ring, I beg you to pardon me. I see, sir, that you are very free with your offers. You were the one who taught me how to beg, and now it seems you're teaching me how a beggar should be treated. Good sir, my wife gave me this ring, and when she put it on my finger, she made me promise that I would never sell it or give it away or lose it. That's an excuse many men would use to avoid giving gifts. Unless your wife is mad, knowing how well I deserve this ring, she wouldn't hold it against you forever that you gave it to me. Even if I take it away now, it would not result in the breakdown of your marriage. Well, goodbye, and good luck. Please wait. Let her have the ring, my lord Bassanio. Balance his worthiness and my love with your wife's instruction. Run, Gratiano. Catch up with him, give him the ring, and bring him to Antonio's house if you can. Yes, I will chase after them now. Come, Antonio. We'll go to your house to celebrate, and we'll both set off for Belmont early tomorrow. Nerissa, ask the way to Shylock's house, give him his will, and make sure he signs it. We'll leave tonight and be home a day before our husbands. Lorenzo will be very pleased with this document. Hi, dear sir. Yes? I'm glad I've caught you. My lord Bassanio has, on second thoughts, sent you this ring and requests your company at dinner. I don't need to eat, but I will take this ring. Thank him for his kindness for me. And one last thing. Please show my youth the way to old Shylock's house. No problem. Sir, I'd like a word. See if I can get my husband's ring. The one I made him swear to keep forever. Oh. That will be easy. We'll get the old story that they gave the rings to men. But we'll be able to contradict them beautifully. Wait, what? We'll get the old story when they gave the rings to men. Beautiful. Huh? But we must not only win, we must make them value their vows even more than before. Off you go, hurry up. You know where I'll be waiting. Come, sir, will you show me to this house? Please follow me, Mr. Clerk. It's really interesting to have real couples perform this kind of drama. I sympathize with Jimmy a little too much. He's too nervous no matter how I look at it. And what about you? Me? Why would I... Hey, what are you trying to imply, director of the Gossip Theater? Did something happen, Bianca-sama? Nothing. Okay, I was just joking. Those who need to change clothes, hurry up. Let's finish the last act in one try. Yes, director of the theater. Oh, okay, Yukimura was in it, too. Lorenzo. What a beautiful starry sky. On such a night as this, when the sweet wind kissed the trees so gently that they didn't make a sound. It was such a night, I imagine. Hush, listen, there are footsteps. Who is that running around here in the silence of the night? A friend. Friend? Neither Lorenzo nor I know you. My name's Stefano, and I've come to tell you that my mistress will be here at Belmont before dawn. And with her, she brings good news. good news? I don't know. The mistress just wanted me to inform you in advance that there will be good news. Another messenger. Get out of the way. I bring news. What? Shouldn't you be taking care of my dad at home? Why have you come here to deliver a message? Ah, Jessica. This time I am helping the master's enemy to deliver the message. He'll be here tomorrow, and he will bring good news. Wait, who's... Is that... Is that Roland? What good news? I don't know. What is going on? Everyone's being so secretive. But let's all get inside. Since the mistress of this house is coming back, we have to prepare. Huh? Why are there lights in our house? And what is this wonderful music flowing in the wind? Could it be our husbands came back before us? Don't panic, Nerissa. You know how good their relationship with Antonio is. They must have been eating and drinking in the city last night. That's the mistress's voice, if I'm not mistaken. He knows me just as the blind man knows the cuckoo, by its terrible voice. Dear lady, welcome home. We've been praying for our husband's welfare. We hope they'll be back all the sooner because of those prayers. Are they back? Not yet, madam. But there was a messenger who came to announce their imminent arrival, saying they'll bring good news, which they refused to tell me what they were. Well, then they should not be far. Go in, Nerissa. Tell my servants not to say a word about our absence. Nor must you, Lorenzo. Nor you, Jessica. And about the good news. We will tell you when the time is right. Don't worry, madam. We're not telltales. And listen, it's Mr. Bassanio's trumpet in the distance. Welcome home, my husband. Thank you, my wife. Thanks to you, we've returned safely. Let me introduce you formally. This is Antonio, to whom I'm eternally indebted. Good evening, madame. You really are Bassanio. I heard that because of you, he almost lost his life. It was no more than I was prepared to pay. Wait, please listen to my explanation, Nerissa. By the moon above us, I swear you're wronging me. I promise you, I gave it to the judge's clerk. There really is nothing. After all, he's just the doctor's companion. A quarrel already? What's the matter? Do you remember what you swore when I gave you that ring? When I gave it to you, you promised me that you'd wear it till you die, and that you'd take it to the grave with you. If not for my sake, but because of your vehement oaths that you should have been more serious and kept it. And now what? He lies, saying a boy got this ring. A boy. But if it was a girl, the problem would be bigger, right? What? You still dare make excuses? I swear to God that the doctor and his clerk are our benefactors. He really wanted the ring instead of a fee. I didn't have the heart to refuse him. Excuse me for coming in so bluntly. Nerissa is your wife. How could you so casually give away the first gift your wife gave you? In front of her, you should have tried to keep some face. It was placed on your finger with vows and welded to your flesh with trust. It was a part of your body, like your fingers are. I gave my love a ring and made him promise never to part with it. I would bet he would never lose it, nor take it off his finger for all the world's wealth. Radiano, you've given your wife too unkind a cause for grief. You should find a way to apologize to her quickly. I really should have cut off my left hand when coming home. That way I could swear that I lost the ring while defending it from a robber. But Mr. Bassiano also gave his ring to the doctor. Oof. Betrayal. They helped us win the lawsuit, but they wouldn't take any money, only... What? What ring did you give him, my love? Not the one I gave you, right? If I could make you happy by lying, I would. But you can see the ring is not on my hand, and nothing I say will make you happy. Oh my God, what good is it to be honest now? There's no trace of that in your hypocritical heart. By heaven, I won't come anywhere near your bed until I see that ring in your hand again. Sweet Portia, if you knew who I gave the ring to... It's not a question of who you gave it to. If you had realized the significance of the ring, or half of the worth she who gave you the ring, you wouldn't have parted with the ring. Hey there, Diego. Welcome to the after story. They're currently doing one of Shakespeare's plays. I forget which one it is. What man could be so unreasonable, so insensitive as to insist on taking a ring from someone else's hand? Is he a fool, not having realized the sentimental value of it? I agree with Nerissa. I'd bet my life that some woman has the ring. No. I swear in my honor, madam, in my soul, I really gave it to the doctor who helped us in court. Portia Bassano's wife, and then Nerissa is, oh darn, what's his name? I don't remember the name of the play. Yeah, so Portia was the lawyer that actually saved them in the lawsuit. Iago was the one? No, the villain was, oh, I can't remember his name now, but it was a Jewish moneylender. I think it started with an S. That was the one you were thinking of? I don't know, they might have changed the names a little bit. I don't think so, though. I mean, I don't know. I know I've seen or heard this story before, but I just can't place it. Othello the play? I don't know, they haven't said the play's... Wait. Did they say the play's name? Oh, darn it, I can't remember now. I remember that Shakespeare said that Act 3 was called Portia. I think it's what it was. I looked up. Which one is this again? Merchant of Venice. Okay, yeah, I thought it was something to do with merchant. My mind, like, immediately went to Merchant of Death, and I was like, no, that's not it. Merchant of Venice. Yeah, it did take place, at least that court case took place in Venice. Yeah. Merchant of Venice. Okay, I really gave it to the doctor who helped us in court. He refused to take 3,000 ducats and demanded the ring, which I refused him, and let him leave displeased. The man who had saved the life of my dear friend. What can I say, sweet lady? I was forced to send it after him. I was filled with shame and a sense of obligation. I couldn't besmirch my honor with such ingratitude. Pardon me, good lady, but if you had been there, I think you would have begged me for the ring to give to the worthy doctor. Don't let that doctor come anywhere near my house. The irony. But since he's got the jewel that I loved, and which you swore to keep for my sake, I'll be as generous as you. I won't deny him any of my possessions. No, not even my body, nor my husband's bed. Madam, please calm down. I'm the unhappy subject of these quarrels. Sir, don't be troubled. We all like you, and you are welcome nevertheless. Portia, forgive me my offending you. Here, with all these friends as witnesses, I swear to you, even by your lovely eyes in which I see myself. What are you talking about? There is you in my left eye, and there is you in my right eye. Are you going to swear by your hypocritical self? No, just listen. Forgive this fault, and I swear by my soul that I'll never break a promise to you. My good lady, I stake my body for his happiness. Now I offer to be bound again, with my soul as the forfeit. With my soul as the forfeit, your husband will never again knowingly break faith with you. Good sir, there is no need for contracts. Instead, you'll be his guarantor. Give this to my husband and tell him to look after it better than the other. Here, Lord Bassanio, swear to keep this ring forever. By heaven, it's the one I gave the doctor. I got it from him. Forgive me, Bassanio. The doctor slept with me in return for this ring. And forgive me, my gentle Gratiano, because that same scrub boy, the doctor's clerk, slept with me for this ring as well. What the hell? That's... Seems like the shock was a little too much. I don't think we should continue to tease you. Here's a letter. Read it at your leisure. It comes from Padua, from Bellario. In it you will discover that Portia was the doctor, and Nerissa there her clerk. Lorenzo here will tell you that I set out immediately after you have just returned, and have just returned. I haven't even been inside yet. Antonio, you are welcome. And I have even better news for you than you expect. Open this letter soon. You'll find that 3 of your ships return to the harbor richly laden. You must never have expected this letter to come from me. I'm speechless. So were you the doctor and I couldn't tell? Most men have no experience with cross-dressing, so it's normal for you not to have realized. Let us leave all the questions behind. Sweet doctor, you will be my bed partner tonight. And when I'm away, you can sleep with my wife. Or something like that. Alas, Bassanio, you suddenly learned to sweet talk. I think if you ever became a judge, you would be more talkative than the doctor. By the way, Lorenzo. What's the matter, madame? This good news is for you. Here is a document signed by your rich father-in-law. Not only will he now give you half of his wealth for you and Jessica, but after his death, all of his inheritance will go to you. That's incredible. Madam, you're an angel who spreads happiness. It's almost morning, but I'm sure there's more that you would want to know about these events. Let's go in. You can interrogate us there, and we'll tell you everything you want to know. There's only 2 hours left until daylight. It's better to go to sleep and wait until the afternoon to celebrate our entire adventure together. Is that all right, my sweet doctor? I didn't expect that last scene would be the most tiring part. Is that so? I thought Bianca-sama would definitely enjoy it. Where would I... What would make me happy in that scene? You don't know? Sweet doctor, who will be my bed partner tonight. And when I'm away, you can sleep with my wife. The boy. Hey! And that's the end. I guess. I don't know what this says. And that is the end. Although I was confused a little bit about the sword Durandal was being recast. But then it was... I thought for Chapter 25 EX it was back in the Pocket Universe. I mean, something could have happened between then, or well, that time and then, I don't know. They didn't exactly say when this was. It was only 10 years afterwards in the Pocket Universe. Oh, but that wouldn't make sense, because wouldn't it be the first time they go back into the Pocket Universe is in Chapter 25 EX? But by that time, the sword is recast. Unless the sword was just sent back at that point, maybe. Oh, yeah. Was that it? Well, no, but she couldn't go back at that point. I might have to watch through Chapter 25 EX again. I feel like I might be getting things confused. But yeah, what an ending. Very good, very good. And the little play there at the end was the cherry on top. Okay, so I'm gonna take a short break here. Maybe I'll just do some of the remembrances. Won't get into the chapter 2 proper of Elysian Realm, but do some more of the remembrance stuff. Because apparently I'm supposed to do that right away, as soon as I get them. So we will continue a little more, but first I have to go use the bathroom. Be back in just a bit. Alright, I am back. Gallery. That was quite an adventure. I am glad that I read that. And actually, instead of doing remembrances or chapter 2 stuff, I think I might just go back through chapter 25 EX again. Maybe try and just brush through it a little faster. But help put things in order. Trampolium. Man, they did Thoreau and Darwin dirty. And the blush. Stuff. Alright, let me get Honkai 3rd started up here. Just update my stream now. There we go. It's time to gotcha. I've already gotcha'd all my currency. I got the new character and her 3 stigmata, but I still need her weapon, which is pretty important. Let's see, how many pulls do I need? I'm pretty sure I'll be able to get the weapon. I need 40 more pulls in 32 days. I think that's doable. So yeah, they've had to add this little bubble over here, I guess because of Chinese laws that have been put in place recently. It's like the drop rate for a recommended weapon, including guarantee, is 2.487%. The cost of obtaining a recommended weapon may range from $339 to $255. Calculated in USD. Wow. And then, since it's 90 on the battle suit, like the rating or drop rate is 1.5% for the listed person. It's like, may range from $339 to $383.40. $383. Woo! I got lucky with the drop. I think I got the battle suit at like 40 pools, 50 remaining. I got it within 40 pools. I got lucky on this one. I might do a round of Elysian Realm with that, just to show it off. Although, like I said, I don't have the weapon, so I don't know if I'll be able to do much. Right. Okay, chapter 25 EX. Okay, so it was a little confusing with stuff before. What the heck, I'll just go from the beginning. And if there's stuff that I feel like I should skip, then I'll skip it. Actually... yeah, I forget where exactly it starts, so I'll just start from the beginning. Birthed all creation. Okay. I think that's a line from the Durandal novel. Right away, right there. Birthed all creation, this much you should understand. I am the origin of all things. I am the destroyer of all things. Still not exactly sure what that's referring to. Like, she brings it up when she gets the sword, the complete sword. I'm not even sure who's saying that. Personal fitness training device, designed for astronauts. 21,358 メートル。では調子がいいうちにウォーミングアップを開始します。システムの指示に従い戦闘動作を完了させてください。I'm holding the button. Oh wait, basic attack. I'm stupid. Wow. ここから先はご自由に敵を撃破してください。Whee! What? Oh, I'm getting hit by that. There's nothing here. Okay. Simulation over. 少女はいつものように趣味消しの元凶に入った。瞑想訓練を朝のトレーニングの締めにしているからだ。そして瞑想を共にしている者も。Okay, Divine Key.
まるで記録を破った。そんな彼女はいつの間にか。しかしそれでもその違和感は実際彼女はよく知っている。彼女たちは人々の運命を背負う。その事実に対しただ年齢とともに彼女はどうにもできないものも存在するのだ。どんな価値観があろうとも人は複雑な運命の中で選択しなければならない。言い換えればこの世界に少女に関しては経験した全てが最初の死の海での旅から先行者との偶然の出会いまで、その全てはあの主教の計画と命令から始まっている。彼はまるでマハーバーラタに登場するアルジュナのドラマチックな人生を作ったクリシュナのような存在だ。
Okay, and yeah, they mentioned that in Durandal novel as well.
自分はそんな運命を好ましいと思えるのだろうか。たとえアルジュナが誰もが知っているような英雄であっても、たとえ今までの人生に不満を感じた記憶がなかったとしても。
ビアンカ、ただいま。
Okay.
おはようございます、主教様。
おや、少しも驚いていないようだが、僕の登場にも突然君を本名で呼んだことに対しても驚かないんだね。
Yeah, because now everybody calls it
そういう
Durandal.
ことは重要ではないでしょう。話があるならストレートにお話しください、主教様。この間にあったことはきっと琥珀さんとリタ。
女性は大人になると変わるとよく言うけれど、君に関しては本当に幼い頃の面影もないんだね。
Yeah, she was more rambunctious as a little girl.
中身が変わっていなければ十分ではありませんか。口数に関してもポーカーフェイスに関しても何かに。
理屈は間違っていないよ。で、今日服を着替えたかなぜならデュランダルという名にふさわしい使命を果たす機会がやってきたんだから。準備しておいてくれ。30分後、世界の泡を虚数の木に接続する探索実験を行うぞ。
Yeah, so the bubble universe being inside of her was just a stopgap measure.
主教は意味慎重な顔色一つ変えずに12歳の頃から背負ってきた。何せ量子の海の中にある世界の泡を虚数の木に戻すだなんて行為は決してたやすい話ではないからだ。世界は虚数の木に芽生え繁栄し朝礼し、そして最後は量子の海に沈み消滅する。それが自然現象である。3年前、事態は最初の転機を迎えた。
3 years ago.
主教は虚数の木に関する自身の研究成果を少女とその副官に教えた。
So the visual novel happened 5 years ago. Then 2 years went by, and then
主教が言うには、少女たちの私的な目標は彼の最終計画があれば達成できるそうだ。
okay.
そして2年前、今日と少しだけ似ている秋の日、主教に協力した少女は第2の神の鍵を手に入れ、関連する実験の中で全文明の合社計画実行者に出会った。そこから主教の最終計画も急速に走り始めた。しかし事態の発展が今日のように早く突如やってくるものだなんて少女は思いもしなかった。量子の海での旅は少女にとってはまるで昨日の出来事のようである。シェイクスピア船長、ミゲルおじいさん、ジミー、それからユニークでおかしな人たち。今でも彼らはあの世界で元気にしているのだろうか。
Jimmy! Jimmy done grown up.
シュレーディンガー博士とシグレ・キラ先輩、彼女たちはまだ漁師の海のどこかでさすらっているのだろうか。
Yeah, because they had to leave the bubble universe.
それにあのお茶目なデュランダルこそがマナだと語っていた聖剣、数奇な運命を持つ人工的に作られた世界の泡、それを虚数の木に接続することができれば、少女は彼らを本当の意味で救える。もしかしたら崩壊に立ち向かう人類のためにかつてない退路を探し出すことすらできるかもしれない。ここ数年間、一生にも及ぶ年月が必要になるかもしれない目標を少女は心の中に隠してきた。まさか運命を決める時がこんなにも早く突如やってくるだなんて。主教の言うことは間違っていなかった。今この瞬間、大事な仕事を迎えるにあたって確かに気分転換が必要であったから。
And then 2. Experiment with mission. Wait, what is this? What's past is prologue. Then 2. Sleep no more. Macbeth does murder sleep. The innocent sleep.
Durandal 様、もう大主教様に会われたのですね。ええ、本当に突然でしたね。あの方は急に勝手にいなくなったかと思えば、また勝手に戻ってきて、その上世界の泡を虚数の木に接続する探索実験を行うとは、どれも実感の湧かないことばかりですね。しかしそれこそがいつもの大主教様ではありませんか。大主教様はこの世界をチェスボードのように捉えています。あの活動なると唯一意味を持つものは結果のみとなるのでしょう。結局あの方にとって家庭の価値というものは、もしかしたら遠い昔に消えてしまったのかもしれません。
Meanwhile, Schrodinger was telling Durandal that the process does have meaning.
リタ、今日の話し方はなんだかシェイクスピア船長、いいえ、シュレーディンガー博士みたいですね。
It all makes so much more sense now.
その哲学的な表現が多かったので。あら、そうでしたか。申し訳ありません、デュランダル様。任務のことを考えているうちに知らず知らず緊張してしまっていたようです。リタったら緊張するなんてごく普通の感情ではありませんか。今回の任務はもう一つの空間で生きる数千数万の人たちに関わるものなのですから。例を挙げると、山奥にある村は繁華な都会と一緒にすることはできないかもしれませんが、その村にはその村なりの過去、現在、未来があります。衰えていく運命を変える可能性が今私たちのすぐそばにあるのかもしれないのです。緊張してドキドキしない方がおかしいでしょう。あら、デュランダル様の口数が急に多くなったのもそれが原因なのでしょうか。
Although she was several years ago, back then she was irritable, rather short in stature, and extremely talkative. Be a completely different person than the Durandal of today.
リタ、私。どうしました、デュランダル様。いいえ、何でもありません。
Openly talked to Reed about how her personality had changed. Girl was long gone.
ビアンカ様、もし今回の任務が順調に終わりましたら、その時は半休をいただいてドライブにでも行きませんか？え？仕事に支障がなければ問題ありませんが。ではドライブの場所は本部からはそう遠くないナポリにしましょうか。機会がありましたら深夜のナポリをドライブしながらご案内いたしましょう。
Yeah, I do remember saying that.
ええ、そうしましょう。もし司教様の実験で本当に世界の泡の人たちを助けることができたら、その時はベスビオ山の麓で車を走らせましょう。フルス。
Okay. Lab with second divine key, cosmic juggernaut.
ああ、みんな時間をデュランダル、リタ、長い。
恐縮です。私たちはすべきこと。ええ、彼女とその公演もっと長くしても。
ではこのみんなも理解し、僕たちのいる4次元空間は全文明の上司の海のあらゆるものは虚数の木にある世界はそうはならないが、その多くは崩壊。それは時間という概念において今日の実験はある技術の検証を目的としている。僕たちは量子の海の中にある世界の泡を第二の神の鍵を十分に研究し、ヨルムンがそうすればそう空間動力システムもや簡潔に話す。とにかく今回の実験対象はデュランダルの体内にある特殊な世界の泡だ。僕たちは量子の海から出発し虚数空間への通路を見つけ出す。そしてそれを虚数の木に接続するんだ。そのためデュランダル、君は第二の神の鍵で作った高次元空間の入り口に入らなければならない。はい。今回はアップグレードした空間新鮮機関装置ゲニウスプラスを用意した。遠隔支援を担当する長光はそれを利用し、複雑な空間環境の中で君との通信を維持する。承知します。今回の実験は非常にリタ、琥珀、君たちにはここで、そして僕ははいあとはよろしく頼むよ。バルキリー、ビアンカ・デュランダル・アタジナ。
Okay.
知れ、世界の残影。
Okay. Oh.
星の怒りを形成せよ。無声よ、ここに集まれ。
Lobel.
面白い場所だ。 現実世界に存在するバラバラな情報がここで再び整合され、独自の構造と規則を確立している。所詮人の一生もそういうものだ。有限の時間の中で触れられるあらゆるものを吸収し、最終的に独立した思想と人格を形成する。これが漁師の海の感覚か。
あまり離れないでください。長光さんの話によると、
まあオットーさんの体を。
しかしもし本当に。
仕方ないわ。この私が2年帯域幅が全然。
そういうことだ。
ご冗談を。
正々堂々今の夫アポカリプスにとってではさまついざ。
Let me in. Let me in. There we go. Okay, that's it. And 3.
星の怒りを形成せよ。やっこの一撃は星を貫通します。
Okay. Okay. Yeah, back in the puppet theater.
ここはまさか。
どうやら目的地、ここは大重律者が
Yeah,
大
theater
重
of
律者は
Dominion.
すでに証明。
これは
その通りだ。
ネゲントロピーとヨルムン。その律者は複数。
ああ、それを知ってる。律者はその巣窟からって、そのため大重律者の存在が消え、支配劇場国はまだ虚数の木とつながったままなんだ。
だから私たちを招集し、
ああ、時間隔離された空間は
You're
漁
still
師の
connected
海に沈むと
partially?
いうが、それにもだができれば崩壊の意識が干渉し始める前に。
承知しました。そうおっしゃるということは、
So
確
then.
かにそれは。しかし2000年の第二次、その意識は
Yeah, huge
雑然とした
consciousness.
情報で事前に対策をしていな。
それは待ってください。もし
ああ、もしそれが全能なら、つまり文明を憎んでいない。少し話がずれてしまった。
そして今日私。
その通りだ。崩壊の意識は固有世界従ってこれから行う実。もしそれが可能になった。
しかしそれは。
ああ、しかし僕たちがこの冒険から。
それは
もちろんさ。もし相手にユートピアを作る力があり、誰もが全文明に強要される。
つまり、もし今日の実験で私の中にある世界の泡が虚数の木に無事接続できたら、将来的に私たちは成婚計画を拒否する資格を持てるのですね。
その通りだ。本当は一つもない。
ちょっとオットーさん、今日はデュランダルさんが使命を全うするおめでたい。いい加減にしましょうね。
ですが、
そうだけどまだ別に今日じゃなくても。
お気遣いありがとうございます。ですが今まで S 級バルキリーが担当、こういう綱渡りのような生き方に
I'm used to living
私は
dangerously.
慣れていますよ。
いい、さすが天命最強のバ
主教様、
長光実験
Okay. That. What is this again? A few days ago. Okay, auto controlling solium, that like stuff. Right, he sort of took control right after the demise of the 10th Hersher. Snatch the core of the Hershers, or snatch the 10th Hersher's core. Yeah. All warfare is based on deception. Right, okay. Connection to the imaginary tree. And then he faced the Honkai consciousness again. I only had more knowledge. Knowledge itself isn't power.
?17 年ぶりにまた会ったね。崩壊の意志よ。ああ、僕はあなた様は世界の規則を変えられ
Can't
ない。
intervene directly.
あなた様はあなた様の後ろにある虚数の木が果てし、もちろんどんな海峡でも数千万人のその通り。それこそがこのしかし、あなた様は本当にあのケビン・カスラナを止めるつもりはないのかい？
Kevin should
あ
be
なたたちは
acquainted.
古い知り合いなのだろう？なるほど。それは僕とは縁のないことだ。では。
Oh wait, I forgot to. Yeah, I forgot to check what the little blurbs were. Yeah, 10 years of memories, that makes more sense now. She was like 10 when she became aware of herself, when she woke up in the hospital without her memories.
撃は星を貫通します。はっはっやっはっやっ
見送りはここまでだ。前方の道は規定外次元と
長光さんの説明もこの
まあこれほど皆さんが今いる場所はまだ漁師の海の影響がある場所だけど、私たちにできるのは理論で計算し、ごめんなさい、今回の実験
大丈夫です。私とリタが5年前に冒険した時も今日の実験でも皆さんは様々な手段で証明してくれました。私にとって受け入れがたいリスクは全て排除されたんです。
Okay.
ああ、
So next she'll be inside the range of the imaginary tree. Hmm.
この最後の10年間、君は僕に見事な伝説を見せてくれたよ。ビアンカ・アタジナ。長光、
どうしたのオットーさん。
あとはゲニウスを通してデュランダル本人を回収し、彼女の世界の泡が彼女自身の力で虚数の木と接続できるかどうか、それが僕の計画にとっては少しも重要ではないことを僕には固有世界を裁断し、折りたたみ再構築する力が必要だ。世界の泡は僕にとって多くの意義を持たない。
つまりもしドゥランダルさんが虚数の木で時間を使いすぎた場合、ゲニウスの機能を利用して彼女を強制的に呼び戻すのね。
もちろんさ。何せあちらとのリアルタイムな通信悲観的になる必要は
本当に効果があるかはわからない。
効果があるに決まっているよ。相手は僕の配下、優秀なバルキリーだからね。
The other side is made up of Valkyries. So did they know they were gonna see the sugar people? That's right, what were these little beginning blurbs? To be or not to be, that is the question. Okay, a classic. The time is out of joint. O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right. The night is long that never finds the day.
虚数空間、ここは宇宙の始まり、法則が交わる場所だと主教様は言っていました。ここでは時間は条理で認識されない。ここでは物事は力学で計算されない。ここは世界の彼方、規則の上にある規則。しかし何があっても私は前に進まなければなりません。チャンスは一度きりかもしれませんから。転生せよ。無声よ、ここに集まれ。やっやっはっやっやっはっはっはっはっはっはっはっこの一撃は星を貫通します。
Wrong way. Okay. Emptiness everywhere. The Durandal is a Chad. Call her name. Okay, that's all that was. How beauteous mankind is, oh brave new world that has such people in it. Perplexed why they've been led there. The location data had been transmitted through the ether via mysterious signal. Alright, that must have been Nagamitsu. That must have been the help.
Oi, 戦友。ビアンカ、聞こえ。私よ、しぐれキラとニグラスはここにいる。
Okay, so Nigarath is there?
ようこそ我々シュガーズ一族の精神世界お菓子の家へ。美しいお嬢さん、シュガーズの言語で私たちのことをブラックシュガー、琥珀糖と呼んでくれてもいいんだよ。ちょっとニグラス、知り合いとの挨拶は普通そういう感じのものじゃないでしょ。
Okay, so in the Durandal novel, Nigarath didn't have consciousness. Or, well, I don't know, it had like feelings that it transmitted and whatnot. But it didn't really seem to have a... Well, it couldn't speak, that's for sure. I forget what they said exactly, but it definitely couldn't speak.
ねえビアンカ、本当に久しぶりよね。私たちの登場にびっくりした？ええ、本当にここでまた会えるとは思っていませんでした。しぐれキラ先輩、それとニグラスさん。あ、すみません。地球外生命体の成長パターンについてよく知らなくて。
They also explained Nigarath as more of like an alien suit type thing. So I'm confused if that is the actual Nigarath who was originally a Valkyrie, or if that's just like her suit which developed consciousness or something.
ちょっと別に今年になってから成長したわけじゃないよ。キラが世間知らずだったから休眠状態だったあの頃の私を完全体だと思ってただけ。
Okay, there we go. Well, that explains it. Yeah, grew into this form. Dormant state was what she was in before.
はい？私が世間知らずって。それでもすぐに死んだふりをするやつよりは強いけど。
Natural instinct is displayed at. Yeah, so that should be Nigarath. It's just that Kira thought it was just a suit type thing.
二人とも仲がいいんですね。まあ悪くはないわ。何せこいつに何度も騙されてきたからね。過ぎたことを気にするなって。さて本題に戻すよ。シュガーズの時間で2週間前、私たちはある予告状をもらったんだ。中には誰かが教えてくれたのよ。シュガーズ時間の今日、あなたがここに来てこの世界の泡を虚数の木に戻そうとするって。
2 weeks ago. Would Nagamitsu know 2 weeks ago? Depends how long Otto had to set this stuff up.
ああ、はい。主教様の実験を通してここに来ました。つまり二人はわざわざここで私を待ってくれていたんですか？
もちろんよ。私たちは虚数の木を利用してある程度存在する空間を変える技術を把握してるもの。
私たち？
ああ、2年前キラは金平党長老の試練に合格し、正式にシュガーズ共同体に加わったんだ。あの世界の泡があんたの体内に入った後、シュレーディンガー博士は量子の海に戻り、キラはエネルギー波動に弾かれ虚数の木の空間に入った。
Okay, Schrödinger returned to see if quanta Kira was launched into a dimension within the imaginary tree.
運が良かったのか、それともそういう運命なのか。とにかく無の空間に引き裂かれる前にちょうど通りかかったお菓子の家に助けてもらったんだ。
お菓子の家はシュガーズ一族の家だけじゃないの。世界の泡から改築した空間避難所でもあるわ。シュガーズが危機に遭遇した時、彼らは虚数の木と再び接続し、自分たちがいる部分の空間を変換するの。
世界の泡としてのお菓子の家はかなり小さいから、いつでも虚数の木と接続できる。だから崩壊の波動による侵略を受けずに済んだんだ。
こういう実例もあったんですね。
でもね、ビアンカ、シュガーズとして言わせてもらうと、あなたの中にある世界の泡は
お菓子の家より何倍も厄介なことになる。
Because it's too big.
どうしてです？
量の問題さ。世界の泡の存在をキープする方法は私たちの知ってる限り2種類ある。乱暴な方法とズルをする方法だ。乱暴な方法は外からエネルギーを吸収し続けることで量子の海の自然衰退に抗うこと。その方法だと世界の泡は大きければ大きいほどいい。表面積は体積の増加によって減少し続ける。その規模が大きければ自然接触を通してエネルギーの動的バランスを保ち、半永久的に量子の海の中で浮かび続けることができるんだ。もちろん崩壊エネルギーを吸収しすぎた場合、世界の泡自体に他の問題が発生する。あんたとキラが過去に見たようにな。
ではシュガーズの方法はズルをする方なのですね。
その通りだ。虚数の木と動的に接続して虚数の木の支えによって衰退を阻止する。この方法の本質は虚数の木を騙すことで目標を他の文明世界に寄生させることで生存させるか、もしくは神聖世界として認定させて支えてもらうかだ。わかりやすく言えば
Yo, baby
接ぎ木みたいなもの
universe.
さ。
Just
スレ
born.
枝が大きく複雑であればあるほど手術が難しくなる。だからその方法を使う場合、世界の泡は小さい方が都合がいいってわけだ。
つまり世界の泡の存在をキープする2つの方法は互いに矛盾しているということですか？
ええ、それに当時のシュレーディンガー博士が言うには、
あんたの中にある世界の泡は乱暴ルートのために設計されたもの。ムーンライトスローンのシステムに合わせて余分な崩壊エネルギーを消去するためのものだ。しかしエーテルアンカーが崩壊エネルギーに侵食されてしまった。それによって世界の泡がバラバラにならないようあんたの体内に固定しないといけない。
Yeah.
船が大きすぎると向きを変えにくいって言うじゃないか。今さらズルをする方法に変えるとなると膨大な演算が必要になる。
それって
デュランダル、人工知能を持つ君の検査。
政権は確かにずっと空間の隙間で世界の泡の安定を、私と世界の泡の間にある反転関係を保ってきました。ですが別れてから 私と政権の間には会話する手段が何もありません。あの子が世界の向こう側で必死に働いている様子を感じることはできますが、それ以外何も伝わってきません。
そっか、やっぱりあの方法しかないだろうな。
それって砂糖の鍵の力を使うってこと？
それ以外にアンカーポイントの反転を乗り越えられるような通信方法はないだろう。長老には申し訳ないけど、物は使うためにあるからさ。
でもあれは長老が十数年もかけてやっと直したものでしょ。なるべく慎重に使いましょう。
何の話ですか？
砂糖の鍵はシュガーズ一族に今まで伝わってきた古代の遺物なの。お菓子の家自体の製造に使われたこともあるわ。金平糖長老の話によると、数年前ある人類が天命の神の鍵と比較して砂糖の鍵を外の鍵と呼んだらしいの。
ああ、あいつは私たちを裏切って砂糖の鍵を壊した張本人だ。あんたたち人類にそんな奴がいたせいで、キラがシュガーズ一族に加わるとき観察期間が3年間も必要だったんだから。
確かに人類は複雑ですね。私も他人の考えが読めない時がよくあります。本気でリタに助けを求めた時もいつも気にしないでください、大丈夫ですから。
そいつはシュガーズにとってはプラスになるけどな。さて、私は砂糖の鍵の準備作業に取り掛かるから、キラと昔話でも楽しむといいよ。
ありがとうニグラス。
はいはい、遠慮はいらないさ。後で喧嘩する時間はいくらでもあるんだから。
Okay.
ニグラスさんはデュラと気が合うかもしれませんね。
Okay, yeah, because Blade Durandal. Okay, I understand the Blade Durandal stuff a lot better now. Goofy ass sword.
私もそう思うわ。ところでビアンカ、本当に背が
むしろ頑固の方が近いかもしれません。
嘘、一番言う。
ほら、
あら、二人とももう S 級バルキリーなの？まるであの頃のセシリア様とテレサ様みたいだわ。
それは恐れ多いです。
どうしたの？
実は
This
ありがとう
flower.
ございます。もちろん神の鍵ですが、私には感じます。
まあそれはわかるわ。ねえ知ってる？あのセシリア様。
どうして？
適正の話ならよく聞いてビアンカ。
真逆で。
あの主教様はセシリア様の前にいた
それは
黒煙白化は前世紀70年代に。その件は
彼女が天命を裏切った
Dr.
件ですか？
Schrodinger. Okay.
それに彼女が主教様のことを
More
不
one
具
of
体
the
的な
end.
敵だと言った時に、多分皆さんもなんとなく察したかと思います。
なら当時の天命最強のバルキリー黒煙白化の持ち主、彼女がレゲントロピー陣営に加わってそのせいで亡くなったってことは知ってる？黒煙白化はその時に海の中に沈んだのよ。その人の名前はあなたも知ってるはず。リアーナよ。そう、シュレーディンガー博士のミドルネームは彼女の命の恩人の名前なの。世界は狭いのよビアンカ。
Yes, that's why
普
she
通のバル
hates
キリーは何
Otto.
も知らないかもしれないけど、黒煙白化の持ち主になることは決して
実は
でも今になってみんなは
それは
違うのビアン。事実だけを話すと、セシリア様は自分と黒煙白化の間に純粋な歴史に対する畏敬の感情なの。どう？スタ
先輩、今の話リタが相手だと恥ずかしくなりますし、 司教様が相手では大げさすぎるように思って、もしかしたら
ニグラス、準備作業はそろそろ。
二人ともごめん。ちょっとやらかしたというか、プログラムにバグが。
バグ？
まあ呼び方はどうでもいいんだ。とにかく虚数の手伝ってくれビアンカ。万が一。
わかりました。こういう簡単な解決方法は気に入ってます。
全力で
Classic Durandal. Just beat it up.
私たちの力を全部あなたに貸すから。
かすり傷です。
Oh, what? How did that hit me? Come on. Try to me again. Nice. Okay. My turn.
Yeah. 星の怒りよ、牽制せよ。軍勢よ、ここに集まれ。
There's just one guy. Okay. And wait, what was that one again? 'Tis fresh morning with me when you are by at night. 'Tis fresh morning with me when you are by at night. Yeah, check that one already. 8. A wise man will not sit down and cry for failure. They must be looking for ways to save them with optimism. Okay.
戦闘お疲れだが、もう少し待ってくれ。通信の安定性に不安を感じているのか、相手は
We're gonna
任務
deal
の
with
処
some
理を優
issues
先し
first.
それってリュラのことですか？もう連絡が取れたんですか？
Okay, so at the end of the novel, Durandal had yet to be recast. I'm thinking there's a continuity error here.
まあそういうことだ。あの人工知能は今砂糖の鍵が送った世界の泡の臨時接続プランを全速力で受信中だ。
わかりました。ちょうどいいですね。とにかく今日
何？待って。ああ、いいぞ。
何があったんですか？
成功した。相手が接続。
待って。
テストテスト。
問題ありません。よく聞こえてます。よく聞こえてますよ。聖剣デュランダル。
まあ久しぶりっしょ。もう小娘から大人になったっしょ。めでたいめでたいっしょ。
Oh my goodness. That voice. That really does feel like it fits with Blade Durandal.
ところで今のスリーサイズはどんな感じっしょ。90はあるっしょ。
The lecherous Blade.
ちょっとあなたね、いきなりそんな話をするんですか？キラ先輩がまだここにいるんですよ。
あ、そういえばリタはやはりいないっしょ。
ええ、けど心配しないで。リタは元気にしています。ただ彼女の体質では私のように虚数の木まで来ることができなかったので、今日は一緒ではないのです。
実際ビアンカ様が彼女たちの協力を得てこの空間までやってきたこと自体がすごいことっしょ。でもまあ私はやっぱりすごいっしょ。こんな風に必要な仕事を終わらせてビアンカ様と雑談してるんだから。
え、必要な仕事はもう終わったんですか？今から始めると思っていました。
これが電子機器の長所っしょ。人間たちの想像を超えるスピードで片付けられるっしょ。まあ この件に関しては完璧にするのは難しいから、こうして出てくることは今後あまりないっしょ。まあ一部だけなら出すことができるけど。
どういう意味ですか？一部ってあなたを構成している宝石のことですか？それとも。
私ったらいつも頭に口が追いついていないっしょ。ただ機械の私に口があると言えるかは謎っしょ。冗談はここまでにするっしょ。こうしていられる時間は限られてるから、ひとまず状況を整理するっしょ。数年の運用の中で私は気づいたっしょ。あの世界の泡の危機はそれが誕生した時から始まっていたってことに。5万年前、崩壊の脅威から抜け出すために人類は量子の海、世界の泡の中に崩壊エネルギーを排出することを試みたっしょ。けどリツシャが彼らの技術の中心であるムー大陸を破壊し、その試みは実行できなくなったっしょ。ただ人工的に作られた世界の泡のエーテルアンカーはまだ壊れておらず、人々はそのゴミ集積場として設計された世界を人類の住める避難所として改造しようとしたっしょ。つまり私たちが目にした景色っしょ。世界の泡を避難所へと改造する工程はまずまずだったっしょ。けどゴミ集積場のために設計した余計な装置は残されたままになった。そういう潜在的な機能のズレが最終的にある強靭の行動によって取り返しのつかない悲劇となったっしょ。
Okay, so that's the origin of the wall. I'm a little confused though. Why they made it as like a garbage dump where they sent the Honkai energy, but then why would the wall like expand and fill the place with Honkai energy? Because Napoleon just activated the thing.
その後のあの世界の歴史は全部瀕死の状態にある世界に延命措置を施したに過ぎないっしょ。ビアンカ様はあの世界の冒険で強靭の運命に終止符を打ったっしょ。そしてあのバラバラになりかけた世界を救う責任を背負うことになったっしょ。ニグラスの分析結果のように、あの世界の泡の量は一つの個体として虚数の木に直接戻ることの妨げになったっしょ。その反転ラインは負のエントロピーシステムに固定される必要があるっしょ。簡単に言うと、残念ながら私たちの使命はまだ終わらないっしょ。
大丈夫です。もともと覚悟はできていますから。全ては昔のまま。そういうことですよね。
ああ、そういうわけではないっしょ。
え？
私の仕事に変化はないけど、ビアンカ様は今その責任を他の人に分担してもらうことができるはずっしょ。
それって。
さあ、砂糖の鍵の臨時権限を使って体験してもらうっしょ。
Okay, seems the data began pouring in. Not just so enormous to find common sense. Okay, so those are the gems that make up Durandal, yeah. And there's Durandal.
ありがとうございます。本物の不朽なる刃。
Calm yourself, resting place of the universe. I am space-time itself, source of the power that destroys all. My role is to obliterate all universes. Yeah. From the end of Durandal. Use this power to cut through layered space, cutting a manifold that supports an entire continent free from the bubble universe. had been lying dormant, not in base reality, but in a strange dimension of their body. Old Blade Durandal gives a symbol of her life as a Valkyrie.
今私のコアを取り出せば世界を守る責任をビアンカ様の信頼できる仲間に任せることができるっしょ。
そうすればこの世界の運命を背負う者が少しずつ増えるんですよね。
いや、厳密に言うと背負う人は一人のままっしょ。しかし今なら互いに交換が可能になったっしょ。
Maybe the burden is the Honkai energy that comes with being the core of the universe, since it was flooded with Honkai energy. That would also explain the whispers, yeah.
今砂糖の鍵の技術プランを学習することで私を媒介にして世界の泡を虚数の木に接続できるようになったっしょ。まだ世界の泡の独立という最終目標は実現できていないけど、少なくともずっとビアンカ様の体に頼ってあの世界を守る必要はなくなったっしょ。
So there's sort of a connection to the tree?
ついでにあの趣味消しの構成をしておいたっしょ。そうすれば私のコアを他の誰かに渡しても短時間なら正外の力をビアンカ様は使えるっしょ。
The astral harness. Wait, what is the astral harness exactly?
そう言われてみれば正外は消えていませんでしたね。
つまるところ正外が本当に依存しているのは特定の世界の泡ではなく漁師の海自身の力っしょ。
Is that like the original core or whatever? No, I can't think of the name for it. Anchor thingy. Whatever it was called. Anchor. Is that what the astral harness is?
けどそういう技術的な話よりあの趣味消しというすごいものは一体どういうものっしょ。私も自分用にもう一つ欲しいっしょ。
あなたのデータベースにスーという全文明の英雄は記録されてますか？彼が趣味消しを私に託したんです。彼は数千年もかけて豪社計画というプロジェクトを実行し、パラレルワールドの観測を通じて崩壊に対抗する方法を探していました。
なるほどっしょ。残念ながら私のところにそういうデータはないっしょ。だけどそんな人物が趣味消しをビアンカ様に託すということは彼はもう答えを見つけたってことっしょ。
そのようです。豪社計画は最後にようやく唯一の答えを見つけたと彼はそう言いました。しかし詳細は教えてもらえませんでした。彼が残した資料を主教様に渡しましたが、主教様は彼と同じく何も言ってくれませんでした。
実に面白いっしょ。
何か分かったんですか、デュラ？
いや、何もわからないっしょ。わからないから面白いっしょ。人類はそういうものっしょ。
Okay, that makes more sense. The fact that Blade Durandal doesn't know. Because Blade Durandal said before that it was afraid of boredom.
人類に対する理解が妙にずれているだけなのでは？
私はビアンカ様たちのような有機生命体じゃないっしょ。ズレがあって普通っしょ。ズレこそがアイデンティティっしょ。おや、
何かあったんですか？
リアルタイム計算に警告があったっしょ。世界の泡と虚数の木の接続は5分後にカオス現象のせいで予測不能になるっしょ。反応の余裕を空けておくために 私は3分以内にプログラムを自動モードから手動モードに戻さないといけないっしょ。
つまり今回の再会はそろそろ終わりということですね。
そう、まだまだ話したいことがたくさんあるっしょ。天命カップとネゲントロピー杯の優勝者を知りたいっしょ。
そんなものが気になるんですか？サッカーなんて全然興味がないでしょ。
だから何っしょ。ビアンカ様から崩壊と無関係な話を聞くなんて、怠けるのが好きな私にとって最高に嬉しいことっしょ。
ええ、わかりました。ありがとうございます。
ビアンカ様が照れてるっしょ。かわいいっしょ。さあ、本当に時間はないっしょ。これからの道はまだまだ危険かもしれないっしょ。でも私は見知らぬ先行者が確かに唯一の答えを見つけてくれたと信じてるっしょ。みんなも世界を、仲間を、そして自分たちの可能性を信じ、時間に全てを証明してもらうっしょ。ではまた。私の体は任せたっしょ。信号が消えたわ。
きっとまた会える。そうでしょ。
ポジティブなのはいいことさ。まあ全文明の人たちはみんな怖いってなんとなく思ってるけど。
そういえばスー博士も最初は彼の世界の泡にずっと閉じ込めてやるって私を脅していましたね。
Wait, Lady Durandal said she gave her physical form to Durandal here. Or, well, Bianca. But she's just holding a gem. So she was holding the blade that one segment.
それは虚勢を張っただけだと思うけどな。彼みたいな人は短時間であんたに対する考えを変えたりしなさそうだし。
じゃあニグラス、
私もうまく言えない。
はい、
仕方ないよ。
ですが少なくとも今の私は自分の責任を他の誰かに託す手段を得ましたから。
ちょっとその言い方、私その政権はいらないから、ちゃんと自分で保管しなさい。
いいえ、すみません。
私も悪かったから謝らないで。バルキリーとしてあなたはとうに私とニグラスを超えてるし、私はあなたの判断を信じるべきだった。
とにかくビアンカはキラの心配を理解できて
それ。
はい。
あれ、
さて、世界の泡に関する使命は次の段階に入りましたし、私たちにはそれぞれ果たさないといけない使命がたくさんあります。二人とも今回の実験は無事クリアできましたし、そろそろ前回のようにゲニウスを起動しないといけませんね。
急すぎないか？少し座って一緒にお菓子を食べようよ。
ビアンカはそういう人よ。任務以外で彼女はプライベートの時間をめったに作らないの。互いの気持ちを理解すれば煩わしい礼儀は必要ない。むしろ。
ご理解ありがとうございます、先輩。ではまた。
今度はチョコパフェをおごってね。
それだけでは足りないだろう。そうだ、一緒にカラオケに行くのはどうだ？オールでな。
それはやめておくわ。私ちゃんとわきまえてるもの。
彼女の信号が完全にこの空間から消えたな。彼女の独特のテンプに隠された例の推論をやっぱり口にはしなかったな。本当に再会できるかどうか私には確信がないんだけど。
仕方ないわ、タイミングがなかったもの。それに彼女はある面においてセシリア様とは決定的な違いがあると思うの。彼女の本当の力は私たちの手助けがなくてもちゃんと覚醒できるはずだから。 未来の旅にたとえ妨げがあったとしても、彼女とリタなら今までのように無事に乗り越えられるはずよ。ええ、きっと問題はないわ。
And then this, if I remember correctly, this is about Nagamitsu, Elizabeth McSmith. Yeah, Nagamitsu.
すみません。ここ。
ええ、私。
はい。すみません。私、何か間違えましたか？
あ、いいえ。はい。
長光さん。
So people started calling her Nagamitsu.
もし、私の体から全文明の遺物を取り出すことができる場所があるとしたら、それは、戦闘1504研究所だと、司教様は言いました。
Okay, so the previous era relic could be taken out from me. So this must be after her journey to the pocket universe. Neutrino radiation. This was a black. Okay, that makes more sense because she has that huge unstable space somehow folded up inside her body.
安定した後、世界の泡は本当に安定したんですね。
Yeah.
ずっと気になっていたんです。ありがとうございます。
So I guess she couldn't really be sure it worked. But it worked. Yeah, this makes more sense. Shakespeare, the submarine piloting pirate. Thoreau, the founder of the Republic of South American Aboriginals. Watt, the brain-computer interface engineer. Jimmy! And Alice, brain computer.
Nagamitsu さん、私が今まで何回検査を受けたのか、そういうデータはありますか？
パソコンにあると思うけど、今回で216回目。
長光さんは相変わらず数字覚えてますか？私が2回目か3回目に来た。
あら。
はい。あの時は、
今思い返すと穴があったら入りたい気持ちでいっぱいよ。
Classic.
何よ、その無理な話題。
あら、少なくとも、唯一無二の思い出です。そう思いませんか
Your dream comes true. Okay. I can't skip this. Yeah, and then she said she's essentially evil. Like, what does she mean by this? What was this? Portrayed the future as a marsh area. People got in deeper and deeper. What was this again? The day after the experiment?
みんなが全力でこれからそう遠くない。もちろんきっとみんなもしかし人類ネゲントロピーが邪魔をしてくるか。天命という要塞が地平。
おっとさ。
これからの任務を計画通りに遂行するために主教としてみんなに天命最後の S 級バルキリーを紹介しよう。 僕本人がこの座を降りるまで今後の任務の中で彼女は君たちと密接な連携を取ることになる。
New face appeared for the first time in Chixel HQ. Dyson and roll. Wait, but it doesn't actually go who this new S-rank Valkyrie is. Okay, but yeah, so Chapter 25 EX makes a lot more sense. I think they retconned the ending of the Durandal VN. Well, like that after ending section with the play. Because at that time, Blade Durandal hadn't been fixed. Since it broke during the visual novel. But it's odd that it could break its solium. It can just reassemble itself, can it? I don't know, I'm confused on that, but yeah. So like Bianca went back with Rita, but Durandal hadn't been restored. But here they haven't been able to go back yet. But Durandal is fine and is working on stuff there. So there had to have been some kind of retcon there. I'm not sure when the Durandal visual novel was released. I mean, maybe it was released quite a bit before this. What is the story before? Yeah, okay. That doesn't really help. Oh, neato. I think I will actually end there without actually getting into the Elysian Realm. And then we'll do Elysian Realm stuff tomorrow. It'll be a new week too. Do some remembrances, maybe get a little bit into Chapter 2 of Elysian Realm. But that's gonna be it for today. Let's see, if anybody is interested in social medias, there are links to Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube. You can always find those links in the About section of my Twitch, or under the socials banner. And yeah, of course, anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you ever want to watch live, there will be a link in my description to my Twitch. Yeah. In the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend, great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. And I will see you around. Bye-bye.